Namaste. This Sunday, some of the wonderful women on the earth will be sharing their thoughts and tips on a free global online episode on healingourearth.com. Glow Women.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. This Sunday, some of the wonderful women on the earth will be sharing their thoughts and tips on a free global online episode on healingourearth.com. Glow Women.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. This Sunday, some of the wonderful women on the earth will be sharing their thoughts and tips on a free global online episode on healingourearth.com. Glow Women.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. This Sunday, some of the wonderful women on the earth will be sharing their thoughts and tips on a free global online episode on healingourearth.com. Glow Women.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. This Sunday, some of the wonderful women on the earth will be sharing their thoughts and tips on a free global online episode on healingourearth.com. Glow Women.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. This Sunday, some of the wonderful women on the earth will be sharing their thoughts and tips on a free global online episode on healingourearth.com. Glow Women.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
'Namaste. This Sunday, some of the wonderful women on the earth will be sharing their thoughts and tips on a free global online episode on healingourearth.com. Glow Women.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I, Amrita Sharma, am delighted to open up today's session and this inspiration episode on Glow Women. Glow Women episode on human values, on insight of each individual woman's life, and also sharing love experiences and joy from round the corner as we move from one continent to another. But before that, as we begin our today's journey on sharing human values of love, joy, honesty, hard work, compassion, and lot more, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. You may hold any affirmation of your choice. Om Om Bhul Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. Today's episode is specially dedicated on women, global women, inspiring the tomorrow century with its grace as well as its values. And here we have inspirational women with us who will be sharing their journey into their life and how they kindle life in many ways so that everyone can get enlightened. And for this, I very fondly invite today's episode producer as well, Gayatri Sambhu. Global Namaste to you. Kindly unmute yourself.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita, and to all the beautiful, inspiring women of the world from every country that who are joining us today. And I think there is an issue about the sound. Are you all having? Is it perfect? Is it okay? The sound?
Yes,
Are you
we all can hear you very
can
well.
hear? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Good. So thank you so much, Neilji, and the whole team at Healing Our Earth for dedicating this program, Women, Glow Women, and especially on human values. Yes. And I really feel it very close to me. As we say, human values, women are the fountain of human values, an architect of the nation, yes. But let me tell you something. I would like to just share something with you. You know, yesterday there was a big conference in Mauritius, and we were all, going, what is happening? There was a big commotion. There were the dogs going, there were the animals going, everybody were going there. And then it was really traffic jam. And we wanted to know what is happening inside. So we went in and we saw the panel. On the panel, there was the big, wolf, the dog, and all the different types of animals there. And was written on the banner, Decline of Human Values. And then the chairperson, the chair animal, was saying, it's really very sad. We are going to sue the human beings because human beings are saying, with the decline of human values, that humans are becoming animals. And they do not agree. They say, no, we are going to sue the human beings. So that was the big issue. And everywhere we are talking about the decline of human values. And the conference was there. They were saying that animals are still following the Dharma. Animals are still having the value. So as we say, how do we recognize a cat? What's the value of the cat? The cat is still, meow, meowing. The dog is still barking. So all these animals are still doing their dharma. But what is happening to them, to man? So man, human beings are having the decline. So we should not compare the beast or the animals because they have the season. They're still respecting this the season and the reason. They know they are loyal. They're still doing their things. But what is happening to human beings? And the fact that women are the fountain of human values, we thank Healing Our Earth to be giving us this platform to talk about human values. And we have in our midst beautiful, good, experts who are joining us together to discuss and chit chat about where are they? What are the human values? Where are they? And how is the decline? And what can we do? So, without further ado, I would like to invite our first contributor guest speaker, who is Mrs. Shaheen B. Talu. She is from Mauritius. She's team leader at Corporate Procurement, Mauritius, and she is very humble and also very inspiring. I've known her for quite some time, and I've seen the way she is trying her best to inculcate human values in her life and with the family. But I won't say more. Let us learn it from her directly. So,
Definitely.
Shaheen, assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
So,
Salam.
Are you
How are
there?
you?
global attention, Gayatri.
Yes.
I can't spotlight Shaheen. She's not putting the video because she's not able to.
Having some
Yes.
problems.
So maybe if you
Actually.
just, shortly do a short interview with her. We can't spotlight, so I'm going to keep you guys on the screen. Otherwise, the spotlight goes black outside in the social media, okay? So
Okay.
maybe have a quick chit chat. Over to you, Gayatri.
Yes. So, Shaheen, how are you? I know
I'm
there
doing
is a
good.
yes, I know there is a festival today, but despite you're giving us your precious time and sharing about how human values is important to you and to your family. Yes, Shaheen. So, Shaheen is a mother and of two sons, and she wears many hats, and I've seen her very dynamic, and she does a lot on personal level. So, Shaheen, tell me, what are human values for you?
First of all, I'd like to thank you for welcoming me on this Zoom meeting. And congratulations to all the people who are putting so much effort in setting up such a platform. It's really very, very good what you're doing, and I hope you all the best for the future. And for me, could you please repeat the question? Because for me, it's the first time over here. I'm quite nervous. I don't know who are the people at the background, but I'm not sure I'm going to be up to the level that you just spoke earlier, but I'm going to try my best.
I know
Yes,
you
tell
are
me again
already
the question.
practicing. Shaheen, I've known you, you're already practicing the values. It's your humility which is speaking right now. And we were talking about what are human values for you and how do you inculcate that in the family?
Values for me, it's something which is a good part of the character. Whatever is good is the values. And what I'm doing actually is I'm trying to do my best at home to bring it to my sons, because I have two sons, and actually I'm not inventing or creating anything new. I'm only teaching what I've learned from my parents and grandparents. Maybe it'll twitch here and there, adapting it to the current times. Actually,
Yeah, how do
for
you
me,
find
human values.
yes,
Yes, tell me.
and how do you find society? What are human values and how do you find the society today?
For me, society is not different from what society used to exist over history. In fact, we have not greatly evolved in terms of human values over time. In fact, if we go back in history, ever since the first man on earth, Prophet Adam, his sons, there were two sons of them. One is Abel and one is Cain. One had good character and the other one had bad character. Well, in today's society, it is still the same. But I'm
Mm.
quite optimistic tell because I've seen people nowadays are putting much effort in bringing values into their lives, their families, and their homes, even at work. People don't want to be the bad ones. Actually, they want to be on the good side. They want to be part of the good people. They don't want to be left aside. And for me, they want to be socially accepted and appreciated. They are doing some efforts, but the bad ones are still there. But I try to ignore them actually. So I can say that there are some efforts being put in bringing in values in our times. Yes.
So at the same time, and how do you find the youth in the schools and about the drugs? Why is there a rise in the drug addiction and the crime and all these things, especially in the families?
Actually, for me, it's the lack of time that the parents are spending with their children. That's what's bringing this decline in the behavior of the youth. Actually, the drugs and all that comes with dissociation of the parents from their responsibility towards their children, and maybe the kids feel like going more towards this kind of addiction where they feel more comfortable. For me, it's mainly due to the lack of time that the parents are giving to the kids.
Exactly, as we were speaking, last time as well. Like if the parents do have time to connect, and then also like the spirituality, if parents can take the children to places, to the, accompanying them, and then also following them and see what are their companies this time, and then at the same time trying to be role models themselves, of course. And then the children definitely, like we've seen your sons, I mean, they're big, but they are really following your steps. Both you and your husband are real inspiring parents, and the children are following your steps. We can see the way you carry on with your life. I know I mean, we would love to hear that from you, but you're being very humble. Okay. Yes.
In fact,
So
only the human values come from proper religious and spiritual practices. That's what
yes.
you are saying. Well, as I can, what I do, I relate events of what the prophet used to do to my kids. The messenger of God gave humanity the best moral stories, in fact. And I also involve my family whenever I can in religious activities. We talk about, and we sometimes talk about incidents which happen during the day at work or at school, and try to relate it on how the prophets would have reacted and what would be the best course of action which God would have appreciated, and people in general would have appreciated the way we would have reacted regarding in incidents which happen during in our lives actually.
Beautiful.
And for
And Shireen, yes, yes, yeah,
and for me, the best people, the best among people are those whom people love. And if people love someone, means God is going to love that person.
beautiful.
This is yes.
That's really beautiful. There's a beautiful point that you've raised. Huh? You've raised that if the parents have time to relate the stories from our scriptures, and then that will slowly inculcate, infuse in the lives of the children. And that's true, very, very true. And also,
Actually,
it's very, yes.
of infusion like stays back in their mind, and when they grow up, it's going to come in their lives whenever they're going to need it.
Absolutely, they have a compass, they have a direction. Absolutely, yes, true. So it was really, really nice. And tell me a bit about the festival today.
In fact, tomorrow morning is going to be Yom Nabi. It's going like like you have this Ram Navami in the
Yes.
Hindu festival. Tomorrow is going to be the birth of the Prophet Muhammad. So tonight we're going to have a big festival, and tomorrow is going to be like a holiday for us because it's the birth of the Prophet.
And of course, the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be on him, and he has been spreading all the values, love, peace, and yes, if you follow his steps, definitely we'll have a beautiful world.
We hope so, inshallah. Yes.
I mean, yes. Thank you so much, Shaheen. And we hope to see you again next time on
Yeah.
another
Why?
episode of Healing Our Earth.
Why? Thank you for your time and
Thank you, Shaheen. Thank you so much. Um, and this was really lovely. Your thoughts are very inspiring, in fact, and I can hear from Gayatri ji, you definitely must be uh, leaving some real good imprints in life and in your personal life as well.
I
And
hope.
what a beautiful and many wishes for tomorrow's festival as well.
Thank you, and all the best to you, Amrita.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
Gayatri
you.
ji, this has been so lovely. She has talked a lot about how a mother or a female person in the family, as a mother, as a grandmother, as a sister, can leave imprints in her way to frame the society, and what a important role she plays in printing those colors in the life of an individual being a mom. And these kind of human values that you have been talking about, I just I recalled some story about again the same, like how you told about the animals live in dharma and we forget those moral and principles by and large, until unless we are strictly being hunted off to say this is what has to be done. And otherwise this, but these things as such are so important, and many scriptures worldwide, globally, if we see, have talked about these human values, because these human values hold up the essence of humanity, I think. And I can also not forget Sister Jayanti, one episode when I was hosting one of the episodes last couple of months. She said, and she was talking about spiritual sustainability, which was a very beautiful thought. And today
Absolutely.
I was in one of the classes, we were talking about Bhagavad Gita, and my teacher just said about it. He told about these human values to be inculcated in the form of the things which the crisis that we are facing in today's time, in ways of global warming, or in the time of pollution, or in the form of diseases, or in the form of other kind of violence, is a result of going away from ourselves, which is the human values. And let's hear from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, what he has to say for us. Neil, over to Global Namaste.
And a
Neil Kumar.
global namaste to you, Dr. Amrita, and global namaste, Gayatri Sambhu in Mauritius. Gayatri, well done for producing this episode. It takes a lot of time and planning. Gayatri, you started the HOP event and festival and outreach in Mauritius. What was the reason that you started that?
Yes. That's a very good question that triggered everything, because we say that parents are the first teachers,
Hmm.
and the first classroom is at home in the family. So that's why, and at the same time, we could see the lack of respect to parents. At the same time, there were many countries who were, having the problem, like the old aged parents were being dumped into homes. And that was, it triggered the whole system that we need to raise the awareness in our youngsters, that as far as possible, let's try to care for our parents, and we should remember what our parents have done for us. It was their duty, yes, but what is our duty towards our parents? So this the hope: honor our parents every day. It's not only for Mother's Day or Father's Day that we should go and give them a card, a flower. In fact, it should be every day. We go and ask. They do not need our material things. They just want to know a phone call. We respect, or sometimes if they want to go somewhere, they want to go to the shop for shopping. It's just that we ask them, feel the concern, and that was the thing, because not only in Mauritius, around the world, we were observing the rate of crime, the rate of domestic violence, the rate of all these issues, crisis, social, family crisis, were from children, youngsters to the elders. So that was a very big. Then we worked with the ministries. We sat down with our consultants and experts. Then we came with this project. Yes.
Wow. So that's such a good value that you say that if we can start respecting parents, then chances are we might be respecting humanity and society. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, because respect starts at home. Respect begets respect. If we can't do it at home, we are never going to do it in the society. Everything starts from the home. Yeah.
And
So
Gayatri,
that's what I see.
as a woman, do you find that the world is unequal? Do you think the women needs to explain and educate men to find equality, or do you feel women naturally are better than men naturally because they give birth to humanity? What is your thought on it?
Yes, I've done a lot of research on it, and I have my research is this, that if we want peace in the world, women should take the lead at every level of leadership. That's already written. It's not that we are better, no, with respect together with men, but we should not be tempered. We should not be looked down upon. We should be given the opportunity because women are born with so much of virtue and love that motherhood itself. You can't explain motherhood to a man because it is instinct. They will try. I'm not saying that they cannot. There are many men, of course, they are doing, but God has given this to us. We are inborn with it is inherent, and these values, and it has been, there are many scientific research done how women are excelling at all the levels, entrepreneur, leadership, in every single, even by 2 or 3 percentage, but we are still ahead. But why not give us the chance, the opportunity to lead?
So, do
This
you
is the
feel
point.
you are in Mauritius, Gayatri, and you are involved so much at a state level, community level, social level, school level? Do you feel Mauritius is almost equal, or do you think it has got a lot of work to do?
I think this is global. It is equal. They are giving opportunities. But what happens to one point of level, the level, when you reach, suppose, to the number two, number two in any company, then the time that the company or the work is demanding from the woman, then she will have to neglect the home and the family, the children. So then that is where the woman prefers to drop. Then she lets, okay, let it be. But if our work could allow to give the allowance or the opportunity to work from home or flexi time or some other type of, we have to find out that we still have the leadership, the number one. At the same time, we are given the opportunity to see and have time for a family as well. So that will be perfect because the woman can, I'm telling you, I think all the women in front of me, they will agree with me. The capacity that God has given, I don't know, from heaven. We have, like, that's why our goddesses have thousands of hands. So because God
Yes, Gayatri, women are very good multitaskers. You say thousands
multitask.
of hands. They can take care of ironing, cooking, waking up the children, sending to school and everything. But what I want to ask you, Gayatri, and we have got our resident guest who is there in almost every episode from Oman, who later in an hour will be having her own session, but we are going to ask her. And then we are going to move to Australia, where it is nearly night now, where Saras is waiting for us. So, Gayatri, before we move forward, can you tell us the 3 good tips of human values that you teach?
Okay.
What are 3 most important in your life that you have learned that we can share with people so they can learn too? Your 3 best human value tips.
Okay. First of all, human values cannot be taught. It has to be caught. So this is very important from the beginning itself. It cannot be. That's why there is a decline, because there are less and less of role models. People who are practicing the values for the youngsters, early childhood can see and then emulate. So this is the lack. This is where we're having this problem. But still, number one, the very first jewelry, the very first treasure that God has given to us, that human value, is love. The divine love energy, which is inside our heart. And that divine love energy is unconditional. So it is an energy, that energy, you know, the frequency, it just expands, you know. Once you spread it, you feel it, you send this energy, you can transform other people with this love. And with the love, we have the formula. You're saying, what are the values that come with it, that we teach? As we have formula in chemistry, formula in biology, physics, we have the human values formula, okay, equation. So love, once we have the love, we practice it and we send the love, then we have love plus. Love in our, I remember Saivani was singing that many times. Love in our thoughts. Love plus thoughts is equal to truth. Love in our heart, love in our words, love, 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 share your love. Love in your thoughts leads to truth. So love plus thoughts is equal to truth. So truth is very, very important. And truth is one universal, self-evident, and changeless human value. If it is true in America, it has to be true in Australia. So truth cannot change. Okay, that is the second, the truth. Love, truth. Now we have love plus our feelings. If we pour love in our feelings, is equal to, I know Sister Chitra will tell me, is equal to peace. If we have love in our feelings, definitely we are going to spread peace around, right? Peace is fundamental. That is, we're all looking for. Another, now, the another equation is love plus understanding.
So we will extend.
Understanding is equal to non-violence. Once we understand somebody, we won't be angry. We said, maybe he is acting this way, he's reacting this way because in his childhood he was like this. His parents didn't give him this type of upbringing or culture. That's why the husband, okay, you know, sometimes husband or wives can be sometimes, you know, a bit irritating, but we have to go back and understand. And then once we understand, we try to practice understanding, and which is non-violence. Love, peace, truth, right conduct, and non-violence.
So
Yes.
we will extend the formula a bit more later in an hour's time so people can grasp more. Love, truth, peace can result into non-violence. And when there is non-violence, there is a chance of dialogue. When there is a chance of dialogue, the love can flourish. And if love flourishes, then everything flourishes. So we pause there for a moment. Let's go to Oman, and later Chitra will be telling more about us. Chitra, do you agree that love should be spread more and more?
Global namaste to everybody. Love is the undercurrent. Love is the undercurrent of all the values. Sister Gayatri was talking about truth, peace, right conduct. Everything is fine. But I only follow two formulas. One is forgive, forget. Forget all the good things that you have done to others. Forgive all the bad things that others have done to you, so that you remain peaceful and you spread that peace energy with everyone.
So Chitra's wisdom says, love is beautiful. Gayatri loves love as well. Chitra goes further in her style, forgive, but also forget. And I will extend it since we wanted three. Don't just forgive and forget, because you're still harnessing, but bless the person who has hurt you, because that will make you rise even higher. So when you forgive, forget, and bless the person, you will be able to move forward faster. So this is beautiful. So love is an essence over here. Truth, honesty, non-violence, Gayatri said, and she will extend the formula, as will Chitra later. Amrita, what is your formula, or adding to this formula, what comes in your mind before we move to Australia, where it's gone past 9 o'clock at the moment, and Sarah's smiling, waiting for us. So, Amrita, what do you think?
Yeah, I think a lot has been said about it. But apart from this, I think it is important to have an inner peace, which Gayatri ji has said, and clarity of mind, which is one of the very important sattvic values, pure values in yourself that will help you in giving you the direction of what is true love, what is truth, what is your understanding about life, and how do you want to pursue things. And that makes you add up the value of what is really important in terms of that. Thank you.
It's so beautiful. All the women are in sequence. They are in tandem over there. Amrita, we'll see you back in about an hour's time. Meanwhile, Gayatri is over here. You take care. Thank you very much. And let's move to a trainer and an educator, Gayatri, into Australia. Let's welcome Saras, and please chit chat with her. Over to you, Gayatri.
Yes, thank you, Neilji. Thank you so much for the motivation and support and assistance. Thank you so much. Given to the woman. Thank you. So, Saras G, how are you, sister? Thank you for accepting to join us, despite it's quite late there and traveling. Also, you have just been but you have been one of pioneering in Australia, especially in the education in human values, especially integrating in the schools as well at the early childhood, primary level, parenting, and by profession, Sister Saras G is accountant by profession and currently working for a state government agency, and she has been, serving, very interested, passionate with even she was very young at the teenage she was already serving and wanted to help others. That was very nice. And when you were still very young, they used to tell you auntie, call you auntie. Yes. And also she has been sharing her experience and knowledge wherever and all volunteering. That is one very good aspect. And whenever I'm also there, when she said, okay, Gayatri, you're here in Perth, let's organize a workshop. Yeah. And she will call in lapse of few, one day or two, she will organize a workshop and they will do Seva projects. That was beautiful. Thank you for your dynamic and enthusiasm, and value-based education and parenting has been one of her expertise. And also now she's volunteering with Clan. What is Clan, Sister Saras, to our viewers, all of us? Yeah.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, Gayatri. I'm not half of anything what you have said, but nevertheless, we'll move on. Right, Clan is Community Link and Network. It is a government-run program. Actually, it has folded now recently. It's been taken over by a different agency, but the essence is still the same. They are carrying on. So it is to help people with parenting issues. So the model, when I went for training, it was like going for a PSI value-based training. It was so good, I felt. It's like empowering the people to do the best they can. So we did a lot on listening skills. So it's basically giving parenting support to people. I had my first few clients were Indigenous people to Australia. They are trying very hard, you can see, to make a change in their lives, in their children's life. So whatever word I utter is really taken very seriously. And it's really heartwarming to see how much they value I can't call it an advice, but, the guidance that and the support we gave, to the extent that one of the Indigenous girls, when I said, maybe you need to change the food habit, maybe introduce more vegetables. So next time I went, the child was sitting in front of a bowl of salad, never would have eaten a piece of green thing in his life, was treated to that as because the mother took the words very seriously. So it's very rewarding. It's parenting help, basically. Thank you. There anything else you need to know about?
Yes. There's so much you're going to share with us. And you're a mother of two children. Yeah.
Yes.
And then, yeah. Now, because you have so much of experience in the parenting, and also just we'll just discuss a little bit what are the qualities in a child you want to see, and what are the qualities of a good child? Yes.
Yeah, it may be a good idea for people who are joining this forum to type that in the box. But then again, let's see from what Shaheen has said earlier on, the qualities of her children, what she expected, and it's a global expectation. We want our children to be happy. We want our children to earn a good name. We want our children to contribute to the society and not be a burden to the society. We want the children to have respect, have compassion, and all the human values, gratitude for a start. So if the children have learned gratitude or have been exposed to gratitude and have witnessed gratitude being practiced around them, they will surely look after their parents because they will feel the gratitude within them. So maybe what we need to take another step back and make sure that we and the society around them are good role models for the children so that they catch the values that's being practiced and that is being kind of displayed so that they will take them as part of their values, because most of our behavior is what we see and what we that rather than what is taught to us, what we see and catch, as you know. So maybe I haven't seen any typing yet, so I'll carry on. Yeah, is there anything you think as a good child will exhibit as a value or character?
Maybe many of us maybe would love to add in it. We would all love our children not to lie, to be polite, to be disciplined, to wake up early and go to school and never to bunk the school. All these are we expect and we try. But does it happen automatically? Is it an autopilot? This is what we have, all parents, especially new parents, young parents. It's not autopilot. That is what, yes, sister. So you can tell us, how do we nurture this good moral development, these values in our children? And maybe we can break it into age groups, as you can mention. Yeah, go on. Yes, sister Saras.
Okay, so there is if I'm not mistaken, an African proverb which says it takes a village to bring up a child. So parents are, of course, the first teachers, guides, role models for the children, and every person in the society is a teacher in a way because the children are watching them and learning from them. So when the child is born from maybe up to the age of 5, it is everything the child is observing. They are learning, and that's the time you can guide them. And I have seen recently the young parent a trend that's happening, which is which in my opinion need to change a bit. The mothers and parents don't say no to the child. They feel saying no to the child is wrong. But what the child is then learning is there is no boundary for the child to feel safe. So there is no harm in telling the child no when they're doing something that's going to harm them or another person, like pulling up a cord or pulling up the tablecloth. There is no harm in saying, instead of going running and trying to stop, hold on to the tablecloth, if you teach the child takes responsibility. The child at the age of 3 or 4 even can take responsibility if we teach them. So there is a role modeling, showing them love and discipline must go together. So helping the child with good discipline doesn't mean you don't love your child. You love the child. The child is feeling loved more when there is discipline and boundary and the child feels safe. So if the boundary is not there, the child doesn't have something to protect them, and they are always trying to push to see where does the boundary lie. And I know a couple of parents don't take the children out because they are misbehaving. It's not they're misbehaving, they don't know what to do, how to behave. So that's the first thing. So up to 5, you can tell them, you can show them, you can encourage good behavior and say, it's a good behavior. I like when you do this. So if you use I words, the child wants to please the parents. No doubt, every child wants to do that. So you say and then when the child is not doing something that you don't like, you just say that makes me sad, or why can't show them the alternative. You don't really have to be stern, but you can be disciplining with love, and the child will understand. So until 5, that works. After 5-year-old until say 15, you are a guide. So discipline, once this discipline is established when they were younger, so you are guiding them, you are allowing them to make small mistakes because they need to learn and grow. That's how we all learn. And you are always there as a safety net for the child to come back to. That link must always be there. So Shaheen also said we need to invest time. There is no shortcut for parenting. Although there is no manual or anything, this one manual works everywhere. You need to invest time, your energy, your love, your trust, and good role modeling. All must be there for the child to learn and grow from. So until 15 years, you are guiding, you are loving them to make small decisions, you are discussing things, the positives and negatives of certain items like behaviors or some decisions, and carrying on. Once the child crosses 15, maybe as the generation goes, this 15 is coming to 13 or 12 even now. The children are maturing very fast. At that point, you be a friend. You are there for the child to come and discuss things. So once the foundation is there, definitely works. You don't have to be a micromanager or worry about watching everything, but you give good friendships, because after the age of 12 or 13, their friends counts more than the parents or the elders in the community. So if you can give them that group of friends for them to bounce their ideas and carry on, that is the best asset you can give to a child. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much about really giving us the details and how the parent should, involve with the child at different. Yeah, I can see Neilji. You would like to add something here?
Global Namaste, Gayatri. Global Namaste, Saras. It's nice to be connected to Mauritius, Australia, London, India. We've got so many different countries. So, Saras, you are in Australia, and as
Yes.
a Glow Women, if you were made in charge and the Prime Minister of Australia, what would you do that would be different that can enhance women's role in society, profession, and in general community? What difference would you bring?
Okay, so let me think. If I can influence the society in any way, I will try and empower them, find their strengths. So get to know them first. Like if have a good team, get to know them and give them opportunity to shine, learn, and that empowerment and feeling that we are part of a team helps the wider community in many folds, because you are now feeling that you are not alone. You need to fight or establish something new. You are a team. So once in any government, anywhere, even if it is a small region, a small society, once each and every member feel valued, we get a lot more out of them than one person or a few people feeling that they are guiding and others are following. So for me, that will be the complete model change. Everyone feeling it doesn't matter what we contribute. If there is no one to sweep the floor or the streets, we are going to have a rubbish country anyway. So each and every work is important. So we have to somehow have that that kind of attitude and nurture this attitude and role play this attitude and promote this kind of attitude, so that people don't need to feel that they are inferior in any way. That itself will make a better country.
So let's explore further. Just stay around. Let's travel to India right now in Hyderabad, where Dr. Anjali Agarwal is waiting. She's our resident panelist as well. Global Namaste to you, Dr. Anjali, and how are you today?
Global Namaste, Neilji. I'm good. How are you? How's everyone doing?
Thank you. So this is a Glow Women episode. And Anjali, if you were Prime Minister Modi comes to you and says you are now the Prime Minister for India, bearing in mind that there is still very much big inequality in India, what would you immediately start putting into practice so that women can feel at least equal? We at Healing Our Earth, we believe they are slightly ahead of men because they give birth to these smart men anyway. So they don't have to fight for equality. They just have to say, hey, you can think you are better than us, but we know we give the birth to you. What would you do, Dr. Anjali?
I think the most important factor will be to have women workspaces becoming safer, right? And the most important thing is equality of sharing of household chores, so that the women who works comes back home and is being given the choice to share the workload within the household also, which is not very much common in the Indian scenarios. Because the thing is, it's all the women's job, is a man's job. So it's like in India, though there are a lot of helps around, and that way the women are lucky to get help, but sometimes everything boils down to a woman and it's not going to the man. So I think equal sharing of workload, whether it's house, whether it's workspace, should be allowed and should be promoted and should be, kind of brought into the light. It's very difficult to change this scenario because it's deep rooted upbringing and thought processes which needs to change. But I think a little bit of sharing and caring together would help, and also to make women not just an object to be, ridiculed or criticized all the time for all the blames, happening in the world. Like anything going wrong, it's a woman's job, and it's like she's wrong or she didn't do this right, whether it's workspace, whether it's house, any kind of scenarios. I think equality of thought process and welcoming them, getting them on board in different areas of workspaces, having them at hierarchical roles, executive roles, which is not happening because a man doesn't want to listen to the women. So if a woman is into a position where she wants to guide, that is not taken very constructively most of the time. Now things are changing, so I feel as whatever changes we would want to bring in is equality of speech, equality to be cared for, equality of being heard, equality of bringing a change into the whole dynamics of house and work together. I
Dr.
think that's what
Anjali,
I can think of.
Dr. Anjali, you said men don't want to listen. Here is the man talking to you with all the women and listening to you and hoping that we can promote women. So there are some good men. We need to find the men who are actually listening. And your point is right. Your point is right that we need to have people in a higher position so that maybe they can bring the touch of, I don't want to patronize, but the touch of motherhood. A mother is so special. In every culture, they say the mother is next to God. If you believe in God or if you believe in nature or a superpower, because she gives birth to you, she knows exactly who you are. She knows up to the 0 to 1 year where you can't communicate by language, but she just touches you and she knows what's going on with you. So Gayatri, let's come to you. Saras has made her points. Adi has made her points. You have now got an opportunity. Mauritius grants you the power and says, what would you change? Would you change the politics system, hierarchical system, business system, or media system, or community system? What would you do that can enhance so women can maybe even pick ideas? Over to you, Gayatri.
Right. In fact, as we all know, we can't change others. We have in our capacity, in our, in our hands to change ourselves. Okay, self-transformation. But I think Sister Sarah, Sister Chitra also, we have our common mentor who is Dr. Art Ong Jumsai, who has been a NASA scientist, who has been sending the Viking 1 and 2 on Mars. And he has been explaining also to us that we must take care of education. And through the process of education, and that too in early childhood, why not before birth? In fact, we prepare the pregnant woman, pregnant mother, pregnant woman, preparing her and inculcating the values before birth and then early childhood. And this education process is like the input and the output. The process itself should, when the input, the child, when comes out of this system, should become a human excellence. Okay? The point one here is, how do we recognize a truly educated person? This is where we will find the transformation if we want to change society in the world to the positive. So how do we recognize an educated person? Is it through the money or the status, the certificates, the degrees, or the money, or all these? Is it that? And we, society today, give more value, more how do we say, we give that importance to people who have all this material.
Correct.
But
If they're wearing
yes,
smart clothes and they've got big car and they want
yes,
flashy things, we say, wow, we want to pay attention.
yes,
So we are influenced by materialistic world
yes.
where we ignore the intellect and the aura of a person. So that's agreed.
Exactly. So I would like to add an anecdote. I think Sister Saras as well, me and Sister Chitra, we had been in Thailand where Dr. Jumsai has his own institute as well, a school all right? And one day we have, we have already witnessed that. One day he was, somebody had come in the institute and he was trying to meet Dr. Autong Jumsai, all right? And so he met with the gardener who was cleaning the yard. And that gentleman who came in a big car, a Mercedes car, and the driver was driving. That man came out, said, where is Dr. Jumsai? I want to meet Dr. Jumsai. Where is he? So then that man, he was smiling and said, yes, you go there on the right and the left, and then you will go. He will come and meet you in a moment. So that gentleman went, he went in the room and sat down. And when the Dr. Jumsa entered the the office, he got the shock samachar. He got a shock of his life. It was the same man that he saw plowing and weeding the in the yard, and he was in a very very simple clothing. And he was, that Dr. Jumsa is full of humility. He was shocked. That's why we say, and Dr. Jumsa, let me mention, he is also a blue blood. He is from the royal family. He has a triple PhD. He is a NASA scientist, and he's also a businessman. He is excellence in all the ways, okay? But still, then you say, how do we recognize an educated person? Not by a degree, not by a status, but humility. Humility and virtuous character. If we can, since the beginning, from childhood, we can inculcate this in our children, they will not become arrogant, and they will have a heart full of compassion, empathy, and will help and serve everyone. There won't be any problem. So education is where we should start.
So education is very important. Even Saras, because she's a tutor and a mentor as well, means education. Anjali also said that, slowly we need to educate people. And Gayatri, you mentioned humility and humbleness. Well, we have got such person. He happens to be a man. He is here right now, and he is our senior resident panelist. He's a spinal surgeon, orthopedic expert as well. And let's take a men's view over here. Global Namaste, Dr. Ankul Goswami. Welcome to this women's episode called the GLOWomen.
Namaskar, namaskar.
And what are your opinion? Do you feel, because you are very senior and you have been in a medical field, apart from that, you believe in Vedanta and Vedic knowledge and everything. Do you feel that women are treated equally, and how do you practice equality yourself?
I think, a large number of my patients in my clinical work are obviously ladies and patients, female patients. And it's amazing how much of information that they can really carry to make the society what it is meant to be. Now let me put it slightly in a reverse way. First of all, women have to be seen in 3 or 4 different ways. And as such, in our Indian traditions, we do put them in different categories of Shakti. You can put it in Durga, Saraswati, Lakshmi, and all. But they are all part and parcel of the same womanhood. But the real characteristic of woman would have to be seen when you go to close to Guwahati, where I had been, to what do you call this? What is it? Close to Guwahati, the Kamakya temple. It is really worth seeing the real power of Mother Nature and things like that. But I'm going to talk in 2 different terms. One is biological. Women are instinctively protective, and they're protective towards the human race and human life, and life in particular across the universe. So it goes without fail, the women have got instinctive values. In terms of biological things, if you take neurologically, they have a bigger level of hypothalamus. The ability to recognize what is instinctively right and wrong is very, very high. So when it comes to decision making at home, and it comes to that, maybe I've got a friend who comes and says something that, Anukul, you do this, do that, do that. And usually I always look forward to an opinion from my wife, who will always say, doesn't sound right. And I can assure you it is instinctively accurate. And the third thing that you must say is the women who carry the genes for the future, which will decide what happens to the population in general. So it is something that's worth looking at how they react to the things. But more importantly, many of the women suffer enormously just because their families are not running well, the kids are not doing properly in the schools, the kids have got ADHD and a whole lot of other stuff. Then I start looking back and they suffer enormously. I said, see, in my treatment for the patient, they said, well, I don't have time to go for the gym. I don't have time to go for my Pilates classes. I don't have time to go for my physiotherapy. I've canceled this appointment. I said, see, you are the central pillar for the family. You fall sick, the family gets ruined. So if you want to demonstrate your love, take care of yourself, failing which the family will collapse. So you must know how to respect your own family by respecting yourself first. So it's very imperative that they do it. And finally, more importantly, we were talking about things like how do you teach? Now, we as women and other people, we are a part and parcel of our society. What does society teach us as women? And then how we reflect that in the care of our children. There actually it's a linear process. It's not as simple as I'm the woman, therefore I got everything right. No, it is I'm also a part of the reflection of the society. And what I'm going to teach my children and also part of what the society is teaching me to tell them. And where does that reflection come from? It comes from your culture and heritage. And you must recognize the importance of the culture and heritage and where does it come from. And therefore, if you really see the interaction of some children in a house, some children are playing around, some of your friends kids have come along, how they are interacting with each other, it is from there you teach how what the concept of ahimsa, how to take care of animals, birds, or a whole lot of things. You even see a small insect, people have a cockroach and go and kill it. No, there are other ways of doing it in a different way. Teaching the concept of dharma, your respect to our parents, respect to your relatives, respect to your animals, respect to the plants, respect to the atmosphere. So you're going to teach all the dharmic principles to the kids. And who can do it better than mother? When the father is usually not there, or father may be busy with something else, but the reality is the mother who has taught us everything. Then comes to empathy. Now, how to empathize? They will say, all right, why does this particular behave the way it is? So it gives a chance and the child to understand how the child is behaving that particular way. Why the child is being so selfish, taking away all the toys from you? What are the factors that may be con? So it gives a child even to investigate the relationship amongst others. So the child from the very early stage can start working with the concept of humility. You can never learn things unless you've got element of humility. So without humility, you have got to learn the concept of humility so that you can learn things from others. Then there comes the concept of daya, to be say, yeah, I want to give this what you call to somebody. How can give the concept of daya? That there comes in comfort anybody else but from the mother. Then the concept of dan, how you give it to anybody else. Then talking the truth, that comes from nobody else. From mother says, why do you tell this fellow lie? You can always give reasons, but you're not to be lying like that. Where does it come from? From the family again. Then the value of self-control. All right, he's taken away your cake, but all right, you stood back. Don't get angry. Let us see. Look, self-control again comes from there. To satya, asatya, the division of, and also the concept of brahmacharya. Very, very important bit. We have got boys and girls nowadays with the what you call a network with whole lot of media involvement. You have to understand where it is leading the people to, and therefore the importance and necessity to recognize how this what you call media can seriously influence their mind and how it can be affecting them. And there are various other aspects of things, but the reality is women, our society today is a reflection of what women have and how they've developed from our society itself. We are part and reflection of the same thing.
Thank
If
you.
we are declining, it's part of how it is being come along.
Thank you, Dr. Anupul. Stay around. We're going to come back to you with the next round of your thoughts. You resonated with Gayatri said. She loved the truth bit. Earlier, she mentioned love, peace, truth was important. You mentioned humility, and she ended with humility today. That's why you were brought in. And you said the right word. Who better than mother? Either God or mother. So women, you have a big glow and a smile on your face. There are men who believe that you are very good. You are at least equal to men. And maybe, as we said, healing our earth, touch better than men. So it's very important. And shortly, Gayatri will be running into the parental side of the human values. and then we'll go to Chitra as well. Meanwhile, let's chit chat with everybody because it's very good. Lata, what are your thoughts? Do you think there is equality there? You are in London over here. What do you feel? Do you feel equality, or do you feel that men are still bullying women into society and position and work?
Hi, global namaste, everyone. Lovely subject, as always. Yeah, I think I'm very, very proud living here to reflect on how India has progressed with feminism and respect for the women. It's coming to the front, and I think Modi has done wonders. He's even appointed women in the parliament, his parliament, so they take an active role, which I'm very pleased with. I think there was a finance minister in his ruling, but right now I think there's another woman with him in quite a high role.
Yes, Nirmala is there.
What role is her role, by the way?
She's into that. She's the one who makes the budget.
Oh, the budget, into the finance, I see.
Nirmala Sitharaman. Nirmala Sitharaman.
Yeah, so I mean, I think they're very good in budgeting if they're taught and trained well. They've got like this God-given intuition to understand how to economize. That's why we run a family and a home. But we need training. All mothers, wherever we are, we need to be trained to become a mother, to run a household, to take care of children's health. And, you know, we need something in the community to make them feel secure and safe, and a hub where they can turn to in times of need, when they feel lost. Okay, if a partnership's working very well, and the children can see a wonderful role model where the mother's being respected and loved and protected, because she's the one protecting the children, she needs protecting as well in order to perform her duties and give her best to the children, the family. And I feel that I don't know if you agree with me, but I think there needs to be more of a teamwork with the parents, the mum and the dad. That needs to be also trained and taught how to understand the needs of a woman from a man and a man's needs from a woman. So they make a good partnership to bring up the children and bring stability, emotional stability, and then all those wonderful qualities that you've addressed, kindness and empathy, compassion. And when they see the harmony between the mum and the dad, and it's a loving family where they're joking and laughing and eating, I think that's where punishment shouldn't be there. I mean, disciplinary and punishment overriding love, finding out why they did this thing and really talking to them about it. And really, I feel that those are the aspects that if I was in Modi's government, I would love to put workshops in place. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think that is a key element where the woman feels protected, safe by the community, not just in the home or the family, but also in the wider community.
Okay, thank you, Lata. So that's Lata's input over there. And let's go back to Gayatri now. And Saras, thank you very much for staying there in Australia. So Gayatri, everybody has got different opinion. Sai Chitra Narayan will have her own opinion because shortly after you, she will be telling us more about women. Shall we bring in your specialist subject, the hope, which I believe is honor our parents every day. Is that right?
Yes, but I think I would like to thank, of course, Saras. I know it is very, very late for you. At the same time, Vihan and Vandita were there, but they had to leave. I would love to invite Rowana first before I take afterwards.
So Joanna
Rowana,
is not putting her video on. I requested her.
Rowana, yes, are you there, Rowana?
Those who want to speak have to put video. So
Yes, I am here. Hello.
Yes, can you put your video on? That would be really nice to see you.
Joanna, if you put your video on, then we can spotlight you. Otherwise, we get a black screen. So just put your video on, Joanna.
Yes, Global Namaste. I can't put my video. I'm just trying to put on my video, but it does not enable to access. I don't know why.
So if you go at the bottom left where the microphone is and you put the chevron up, put it on and it will say connect to the computer or video.
Okay, I'm just trying my.
Yes. In the meantime, let me introduce Joanna Perrault. And she's
Yes.
half Mauritian, half French. So she goes and comes, Reunion Island and France. And she's one of our parent. I was a student parent. And what is really very, very interesting, and she has been following our parenting courses and we together with her husband. That was really very nice for quite a few sessions. And Joanna is very interesting here, Neilji, because Joanna is also, her profession is in the real estate. And she has one daughter, beautiful daughter, very nice and very well-mannered and highly cultured daughter. And also she has her bungalow. And whenever tourists come, she takes care of her bungalow and she takes care of the tourists. And whenever you want to come next time, if you want to send people, she has a beautiful bungalow at the beach and the coast, western coast. And Joanna is also volunteering. She does leadership course, and she's also very, very busy, very dynamic in society, and always smiling, always soft speaking, and always practicing the values. And today we are going to speak with her, especially because she's got a lot of efforts in how the communication between spouse and how values in marriage, especially between husband and wives, because this is one couple we have admired, and they do so much. They work on themselves so that they can be an example, a role model for their daughter. Really, that is what we have observed. And Joanna, we have to congratulate you for all your efforts you're doing to be a role model.
you.
But now tell me, so what is it that with your experience that you have, how was the session? How were the sessions? How did you work on yourself? And what are the human values that you have seen have strengthened your bond between you and your husband?
So Gayatri, before Joanna starts,
yes,
her video is still not on. Shall we give her some time to sort it out? She's still here. And then it will be nice to have an appearance. And as you know, that she's living in a very good area, we can show people as well, because it's so nice. That's what we do at Healing Our Earth. Joanna, you can try, and if you see the signal at the bottom left where the microphone is, then you will see an up arrow. If you put it on, that's where it will tell you what to connect. And you just join the computer. Take your time. Take your time when you are speaking here. And it's nice to bring on the screen so people can actually feel the energy. And Gayatri, while she is doing that, bringing the video on, Gayatri, what do you feel, because you are in Mauritius over there, and since you know so many diverse people, when the women are leading the project, do you feel the men are equally supporting, or do you feel the vibes that the men try to push you guys out? What do you feel in Mauritius?
Um, of course, this is my nation. Of course, I cannot let it down. But I think it is a global. This is a global issue. They do. We have had many men who've come together, helping us in the project, definitely, because this project is hope. HOPE. We have the father. So the father, the man aspect is there. We didn't leave them out. Okay. So definitely we had both genders together working on this project. Otherwise, it would not have been possible, and we would not have done justice to it, because the family needs both father and mother. So both aspects. Yeah.
And do you feel, obviously we have all established, even uncle said that who better than mother. How important is the role of father in growth of the children, or do you feel that the mother leads the growth and education?
Yeah. So here we have a program in the Ministry of Gender Equality, Child Development and Family Welfare, that we do have husbands helping, I mean, coming together with the woman, both. So where we have many workshops, we have regular workshops where we do train, and we have to raise the awareness how men can give more support to the woman, because as long time ago the women were not working, they were at home managing. They were the house CEOs. Okay, they were handling the children, the house, and everything. So the men were outside and bringing in the money and to uphold the house. But now women are working. So when they are working, so the time also they're going out. So this is where we're raising the awareness. When both of us come back, we share the household work, household chores. So definitely it's not only the mother, so the father also has a very important role, because as we said in the beginning, the child must have the male aspect and the female aspect, the Shakti and the Shiv, both energies, so that he becomes a balanced person. So that's why the presence of a father is important, definitely. But now we do have in the families now single parent, single mother raising the family, where that's why when we're talking about human values, lack of human values in the family, where we're having external that is extramarital affairs. So then there's a lot of divorce coming up. So that is the trust, that is the truth, trust, loyalty. These are the human values are no longer. I mean, there is an erosion of these. So that's why we see that the nest, that is where the child is growing up, there's a single mother. So what do we do in this context? Because the husband is already having an extramarital or having
And Gayatri,
yes, violence.
Gayatri, is it just husband having extramarital? Don't women do too?
Of course.
And
It's both ways. True.
And what do you think do you think because of the last 20 years with the social media, where you can connect back to your childhood friends, school friends, and although you didn't mean to, suddenly there's an argument at home, and then suddenly you like somebody else who was before you. Do you think social media is playing big role in this?
Definitely. There are a few points I would love, as it opens up a beautiful discussion here.
Yeah.
I would like to say 3 points here, especially like Dr. Uncle mentioned, like in the Vedic time, a long time back, the woman was staying at home, all right? There were not much friction between a woman and men, okay? So, but now with working, going out in the home, there's a much more friction. The friction and spending more time with other women, spending more time with other men, this is creating this affinity or attraction and temptation and all these negative aspect that is creating more distance between the wife who the husband doesn't see much, or the husband or the wife doesn't see much, because both of them are working and struggling to handle or to sustain the family. So that's why, because time spent more with other people outside is bringing them closer there. So at the same time that we are working for having more money for the family, at the same time it is causing a negative impact. We are instead of strengthening the family, we are it is being
Disintegrating, yes.
disintegrating. Yes.
Okay, so Gayatri, let's pause that because it's a good subject. Let's go to Joanna. She's not able to put the video. Maybe just have a quick chat with her on the audio, and then we continue our chit chat. So Joanna, you can unmute yourself. And yes, there she is. You can speak now. So Gayatri, go ahead and talk to Joanna.
Yes, global namaste to everybody. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, global namaste, Joanna. Bienvenue.
Namaste. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to participate in GLOWomen today. And I would like to apologize because my camera does not work, and also my English is not very fluent. Donc I speak most of the time French. And thank you, a big thanks to my dearest educator, Mrs. Gayatri, for the invitation. And yes, do you have any question for me?
Yeah, thank you. You're already glowing. Every time I see Joanna, she has a big glowing smile. That is what we are missing today, because we are not able to open the video.
Yes, I'm not
But
at
next
home,
time
sorry.
we'll do it. Next
Yes, of
time,
course.
definitely
No
do it.
problem.
Yes,
Yes.
Joanna, bonsoir. Et surtout sur le
Bonsoir.
plateau, nous avons aussi peut-être les personnes qui peuvent parler le français. Si tout à l'heure, on peut dire, mais Neil G, he speaks French
Bien
as
sûr.
well. Huh? He can understand French.
Super.
Yes. Voilà. So tell me, that I was trying to ask you, what were the human values that you were trying to infuse in your relationship between you, husband, and yourself, to become a beautiful example for your daughter?
Yes. For me, it's about respect in a relationship, resolve conflict, and make important decisions together. Our values are important because they help us to grow and develop. They help us to create the future we want to experience. A successful relationship is when we establish trust, honesty, respect, and effective communication. So a good communication is to listen, understand, and advise each of us. It is to allow the partners to resolve any issues in their relationship without harmful arguments. And I have, I have mentioned some points, some keys about values, what I have learned with you, of course, in the parenting academic, which helped us a lot. We get a lot of experience also.
It would be lovely. You can share your experience. Sure, lovely.
Yes, of course. We learn a lot. So the values, we put more. How to say that? Trust, support also. Trust help us rely more on our partners, and therefore continue to invest in and build our relationship long term. Trust is forging a strong foundation for a lasting relationship. It also brings freedom and honesty. So that's what I can say. I think there's more, but I'm not. It's my
You
first
can
time, so
mention. You remember, I loved that exercise that we did. You remember
yes,
is that graph from the
yes,
morning till evening about our reaction. You can
yes.
mention
That's
how you're working on your emotions so that you remain peaceful, whatever be the condition.
whatever be the condition is.
Yeah, remember, yeah. In the morning, you may be feeling very irritating, very angry, something happened, but how you were handling it.
Yes, I don't know. We try to be joyful. Everything
Yes.
in life must come in balance. So we have to. So we have joy and sadness. So a person who knows how to express their joy and share the joyful moment that we experience together. And
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, one point that it would be really nice to share this, Joanna. You remember one early morning, you were coming on the way to the academy for the session, parent in the session. And then at the same time, there was a water problem. So instead of getting
Yes.
angry, what you put into practice the values. That was beautiful. Please share it to our audience. How you handled it. Yeah.
Yes, we try to keep peaceful, to not getting nervous, and to keep peaceful.
How you responded, you didn't react. And one more thing, if you can say, comment que Patrick aussi, your husband Patrick, together with you, you have been working on the same values. Tu peux dire ça
Yes,
aussi.
yes,
Comment Patrick oui, est à ton côté. Yeah.
Yes, yes, on avait la communication entre les deux, justement, de l'époux et la femme. We keep in communication together. Et on arrivait à être plus serein, à partager et à pouvoir mutuellement comment dire, support
Oui.
ourselves.
Exactly. Yeah. So she was
Yes.
saying that together with her husband, they had an open communication. The dialogue was there all the time. And whatever happened, they knew together how to face any challenge because they wanted to, for the daughter, for the family, they wanted to present themselves as a role model. That was beautiful, Joanna. Vraiment,
That's
j'ai
right.
vraiment
Thank
apprécié.
you.
J'ai
Merci.
vraiment apprécié.
Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Yeah. So we continue. Yes, Joanna. Any
Super.
message for
No, maybe
couples? Any message for the couples? Okay, young couples who, we face so many issues, problems.
yes.
What message would you like to share?
De rester solide, de rester solidaire, de rester solide. Trust also, de partager, always share. And communication, to communicate all the time. Trust also.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Solid in French, meaning that to stay really bonded together. That
Yes.
togetherness is very important. Yes, that is a
That's
very
what I
good
mean.
thing you mentioned. And as well, yes.
Yes, some respect also. Mutual respect creates equality in the relationship. Each of us needs sometimes to decompress, a time alone. So sometimes,
Breathing space.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and then get together again.
And get together again. Give your
Yes.
time. Oh, that's beautiful. That
Right.
is really beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So much, Joanna, for being with us, and continue all the best to continue to inspire others now. Inspire the
Thank you
other.
so much.
Yes, thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie, je vous en prie. Merci. Neilji, would you like to say anything, especially when we're talking about the loyalties you just mentioned? Here we had a couple who are really working on it, and whatever they do it together. There's an openness, that is, they are very transparent in all their doings, the communication, even the travel. Husband travels a lot, but they keep in communication. So that is one point which is going to strengthen the bond is when we communicate. We
So,
have to be, yeah, yes.
so it's so important what Joanna mentioned that if you've got an open, honest relationship where you are not judging each other, then that gives you a ground to talk to each other. The moment when a husband says, damn it, I told you so, and you should have been doing this and everything, she will start hiding and then she will become untruthful and the relationship will have a strain and can also break. So the advice to the man is, whatever your woman is talking and you may think she's not making sense, it doesn't matter. Give her a chance every day to listen to her. Women's emotions and psychology and parapsychology is different than men. Just listen to them. And if you listen to them, they will do anything for you. Just listen to them. Don't block them. Do not challenge them. And if they are wrong, don't say you are wrong. Show the alternative and say, hey, how about trying this? This applies to the children as well. We don't smack them and say you are wrong and this is not what you should be doing. Just show them the alternative. If the alternative is good, you have not degraded them and you have convinced them for something better. So, Joanna, you are doing the right thing. Hug your husband or your partner. Just nurture. They may be doing something wrong and it might have hurt you. Nicely explain to them and tell them why it hurt you, but never call each other that they're wrong. Don't challenge each other. Relationships are very strenuous in the current time. In the last 25 years, and we've got no data, no psychologists can come and tell us why, because it's only 25 years, because of the current social changes and social media and connection, that it will take at least 30, 40 years before we can have a compendium where you can listen to it as what to do. So Gayatri, yes, Joanna is saying something right.
Yes.
An important thing is for a partner, if you are working away, then it's something to look forward to meeting each other and share how your day was. Don't say, oh, well, it was okay and it was this, because the partner has asked you. And it's very important. And if you feel you are in a bad mood or something, go for a walk, breathe in deep oxygen, walk away from a situation before you get angry, because what leaves the mouth cannot be brought back.
Absolutely, very true. And
Thank
also
you.
another human value which comes in is tolerance. Tolerance, patience. So that is the threshold of tolerance has come down. Previously, we used to have a very high level of threshold so that we tolerate. Now, small thing like, we had some couple that we're counseling, the cap of the toothpaste, the wife forgets to close it. It becomes very big and it led to a divorce.
Correct?
Can
And
you imagine?
this is where the inequality comes. A man is easy for him to run away and maybe slightly damaged, but for a woman, because see, generally in many culture, women leave their domestic house, where their domicile residence, and go into the men's environment. And suddenly, if you leave them alone, they are of nowhere. And it's so tough, particularly in the South Asian community and a close-knit community. So any race that believes in close-knit, it is so tough. But as you say, Gayatri, the current situation is so different. Just in 25 years, the intolerance has expanded a lot. You get angry. So a good method would be, you gave a very specific example. The toothpaste was not correctly screwed back or something.
It was
Well,
closed.
it only takes 30 seconds. Do it and say, hey, darling, you forgot it. Next time, remember, so that it doesn't get out or gets bad. Why not? Because you love the person. And when you were courting, you loved them. Well, what went wrong after 10, 12 years? is because you are in each other's space so much. So also give a space to your partner, because
Yeah,
that way you can grow.
yeah, when you were mentioning, the space, the ego has blown so big that, they prefer that even either spouse, they prefer winning, trying to win an argument rather than to give in or to say, yes, let us put in harmony. Okay, yes, let's give in. Yeah, let's be okay. It's okay. Next time we'll do it. So winning an argument has become something which is really becoming very damaging in
Absolutely.
relationship.
And
Ego,
Gayatri, you said winning, okay? Actually, the winner is the loser. You thought
absolutely
you won the argument, but you are about to lose your spouse or your partner because of that vengeance and hatredness. And in so doing, your immune system is down, and that's the lie and cause of some of the ailments or diseases that we have got. Let's go to our Alexandra in Croatia, where she's there and she's a senior lead at GLOW team. Global Namaste in Croatia. Alexandra, how are you?
Global Namaste, thank you. Well, I just made fire here. It's in Croatia. It's like really cold again. And I'm so glad that I could join. I was traveling and just came on time so I could be part of this wonderful session as always. So I just got a little bit of last part you were talking about. Yeah, the quality of life and as an individual, as a family, as society. Yeah, it's shaped by values and how tolerant or not tolerant we are. So this is like really a deep, very deep question that we can think about and talk about the wholeness of a person, the wholeness of a relationship, the wholeness of a soul, of a community. Yeah, I'm so glad we are digging it. We are like starting to touch the surface on these topics. It's really an honor to be with you.
And Alexandra, is a very important topic, particularly when it comes to female. Women has got different mountains they've got to climb when they separate with their spouse, because and the children. It's not very easy, and it's so nice that we are connected. We are in Oman, where Sai Chitra is there. We are in Croatia, where you are there. In Mauritius, where Gayatri is there. London, where I am. India, where Amrita is. And I think everybody resonates in the same situation that Gayatri started with saying, maybe love is the essence of life. If we can learn to love our children, our home, our society, our community, our fellow human beings, our animals, then maybe a truth will prevail, and love and truth may bring some peace, and peace can bring some non-violence, and we can sit around the table and find solutions. And even Chitra agrees that love is very important. She had different options over there, that if you start forgiving people who have hurt you, forget them and get them out of your mind. And I added that also bless them and say, thank you for coming in my life's journey, because you have taught me something. And from here on, I will be very strong. So it's so important. And women matters are very, very important, because we have identified that whatever the man thinks, the birth comes from the woman. That man was born from a woman. Any man who thinks he's very brilliant and a Nobel Prize winner and says, I was not born from a woman, that needs to put their hand up. And I don't think of the 8 billion population, nobody can raise their hand. So therein lies that women are so we at Healing Our Earth believe empowering women is empowering humanity. Very important. And so Gayatri, it's Chitra Narayan's turn as well. And today she's also going to discuss her points together with us. Before we'll be going to Saivani, where Saivani will also bring a nice essence, because she's talking about the fountain of human values that you started with earlier. So Saivani will shower us with the fountain of human value. Sai Chitra Narayan, Global Namaste in Oman, and your thoughts so far, and what would you like to discuss about women?
Global Namaste. before talking about women, we always talk about, like parenting. The word parent, like we as human being, we pay rent to the place where we stay. Even if it is our own house, we pay maintenance cost and other things. For staying in a mother's womb for 9 months, what rent we can pay? So the word parent is pay rent to your parent by being good, loving, caring, and affectionate. That is what parent is. And I've seen, like my mother-in-law, full of love, my mother, so much of caring and loving. And my father-in-law told only one thing, I want all the 4 sons and daughter to be united and to love each other and care for each other. When that unity is there, purity comes automatically, and from there we go up to divinity. So I have seen in my family, both my mother and mother-in-law giving so much of love and taking care of everyone. And all my husband as well as his brothers, they all love their mother. And I can tell you, the children who love their mother, the sons, they will love their wife also. Because if the mother has given the right value and love to her children, all the men will be good, and they will give the right value and respect to their wife also. Because I'm respected, I'm loved, and I feel very happy, like to be empowered and to be given all the support in my life's journey of 40 years. So women are Shaktis. Women are Shaktis. And we have, like the best thing is to be a woman, we need to be, do, tell. Without being a good person, without doing the right thing, we don't have any right to tell others. So we should become a role model in our own self. So only when we walk our talk, we can make our children to follow us, because they close their ears for advices and they keep their eyes open for example. So the best thing is, like you be the example that you want your children to become. So women has to understand that, and loyalty is very important, because if you are not truthful in your life, you cannot do anything, because you can lie to a person, but you cannot lie to your own conscience. So that is where, like if we fear for sin, love for God, and keep morality in society, everything will go fine. So this is what I feel. And rights are to be taken. It is like commanded, not demanded. So always we can command respect, we can command things, with our way of life, with our way of living. I feel, nothing is impossible for us to achieve. Because first, only we need to resolve and involve in a proper way so that we can evolve. Because every day we can learn things and we can grow up. And that is what, like as Sister Gayatri mentioned, we all were, like I was very lucky to be trained under Dr. Jumsai 22 years back. And 22, I'm running a small nursery in Oman. And I have got around 12 nationalities in the nursery. I first started with vegetarianism. Imagine I have all sorts of people, and we follow 100% vegetarianism in an Islamic country. We celebrate all the functions. And we participate in many social events. And first, what I tell the parents, and children is children, if they are Hindu children, they will do namaskaram to their parents. They will do pranams to their parents and come every day. If they are Christian children, they will kiss. And if they are Muslim children, they will just hug their parents. And according to their tradition, I taught them. So that I told the parents also, when they are doing something, don't tell them don't do. Let them, because what we are sowing when they are young, that is going to be a big tree. What you sow now becomes a beautiful tree later. So, and all the children, they follow. I'm so happy because we have kept, we start with guided visualization, and before prayer, before eating their food, they have to say their prayer. First, initially the 3-year-old children, they will just keep their eyes open and they'll start eating before the prayer finishes. But after 2 months, when they're just 3 years, 1 month, 2 months, like that, they wait for the prayer to complete and then they start. Where in the home, they were not doing the prayers, the children have gone home and they have told the parent, our teacher has taught us to say prayers and eat. And I would like to bring one small incident that has happened. One father used to drink a lot. This child was in our nursery for 3 years. So 3rd year, the father himself came and told this incident. He used to drink a lot, it seems. So one day the child said, Daddy, he asked the child to bring that whiskey bottle from the fridge. So this daughter brought and she told the father, Daddy, I want you to pray. Wait. Pray and then take. Father asked, why? So immediately the child said, no, Chitramma told that when we pray, even poison will become good. The food will be purified. So this father couldn't take, we thank our parents for giving us life. We thank our teachers for giving us knowledge. We thank the nature for giving us this food. We will eat this food to be useful and to serve others with love, respect, and humility. This is what our food prayer. So when the child told, the father said with so much of concern and love, my daughter told me to say this, and he threw the bottle and he decided not to take afterwards. Then he came, after 10 days, he came to the school with a gift and he said, my wife could not change me, but my child has changed me. So I was very happy because small things, as a woman, we can nurture, with love, we can do anything. Nothing is impossible. But faith in humanity, faith in the divine, and absolute faith in our own self, that is very important, so that what we speak is carried. What we speak is understood. What we speak, people know that we are telling the truth. And what we speak, they know that we are talking for peace. And also they know that it is the right conduct. So all the human values, when we are truthful, how can we bring peace? As Baba says, when there is righteousness in heart, there will be beauty in character. When there is beauty in character, there will be harmony in the house. When there is harmony in the house, there will be order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there will be peace in the world. So for peace to come in the world, each one has to be righteous. So when each person becomes righteous, peace will come automatically. That is why it is always said, don't say, I want peace. Remove I, the ego. Remove want, the desires. Peace is there always. So all the human values, it is, if we can use from I to we, if we can go, and from we to He, the Almighty, if we can walk, then everything will be valuable. And because in the present days, previously, people were loved and things are used, but now things are loved and people are used. So we have come to that state. So from that, it is only in our hand, because As Sister Gayatri was telling, you cannot change anybody, but we can change only ourselves. And through our transformation, self-transformation, we can motivate others to follow us because we don't know. But so many of us are following without our knowledge. That is why we need to be always careful and walk our talk. This is what I feel.
Beautiful, Sister Chitra. You said it all wonderful. Walk the talk and about the love and the parenting aspect. You have really, in a nutshell, given us this human values workshop. Right. And I remember there's one anecdote and a small incident which happened. Thailand, where we were. It was in Lamnarai, and where our institute hostel to go to the hostel, the institute itself, we had to walk through the jungle for about 20-25 minutes of walk, and in the dark. Early morning, 4 o'clock, we had to walk 4:15. We had to reach there. And Dr. Jumsai, our mentor, first thing he said, so that was the first exercise because this was a human value based program and we have to practice human. We didn't know what is expected, right? So he said, from the hostel, you have to cross the jungle and early morning is going to be dark, but don't worry, just spread love, send love. And then he said very sweetly, there are scorpions, there are snakes, there are small little things which you can see. There are in the jungle, but if you spread love, that frequency, that energy, that, you're going to operate at a different frequency, these items, will not come near to you. That was our first exercise, how to practice love. So I was stayed there for more than 9 months, more than that. I've never once saw any snake or any scorpion, nothing. I just went, spread love. We had to learn how to spread and, spreading love. That was one thing. Second thing is, when human values increase, health improves. That everybody will know. Whenever we start practicing more of that love energy, definitely it is working on ourselves and our internal, and we can benefit more of wellness and goodness and glow, that we're saying glowing, and positivity. And despite we may have pain, but still the smile is there. So that is the benefit of practicing human values. Because sometimes when we go in school, they do tell us, so what is the benefit? What do I get in it? Okay, you're saying to be good, to be positive, to practice the human values, but we are here in a world, in a society where I don't want anybody to crush my toes. So I need to respond back. I need to fire back, and then they will fear me. These are the things that people say so that they don't get crushed. Okay. So what do I get in it? What do I have in it? So this is what we have in it. It is our greatest treasure, greatest wealth is our health. Once we have good health, and you spread that positive aura, positive energy around, and you operate at a very high frequency when you're having love that everybody here, I'm sure you know about it, definitely it is like a shield. The shield, you will be protected. Yeah. So these are the things that we do work on it.
And Gayatri, you have got beautiful daughters. I know that because they've been part of Healing Our Earth since pandemic. You've nurtured them, they've grown. In fact, at some point, they've learned so much that they are leaders themselves now. And they've got a different facet, one in Australia, two in Mauritius. You've done so well. As a mother, you obviously have had influence on them. What pride do you get when you see them in the society? And do you feel good that, wow, yes, they've got these values and at some point when I become over 80 or 90, I will be being looked after them. What thought comes on in your mind?
Right. Speaking on a normal way, the norms, people may say it's a pride, but actually, when we talk about it in a spiritual level, each one of us have come, we have our soul Atma journey, our journey of the Atma. So we are parents, as Baba said, we are only trustees. So the children have come through us for their journey as well. And also they are here to help me, help us parents. So there should not be any pride, anything like we have been doing a great thing. No. In fact, this should never ever occur in our mind. We should keep even low. Let's pray, continue that they also continue the life and have focus on the goal of life, because what is our goal of life is to attain that liberation. We break the cycle of birth and death. We do not come back on earth. That is what our philosophy, Vedantic philosophy. So as a parent, I am not of that thought, no, I haven't done anything great. It just, I pray, just instrumental, a trustee, and whatever I can do, I will ask God his grace, I will pray so that how can I help further so that I also get my liberation. I'm working and they also carry on their life. Yeah.
So it
Their
came
journey of
naturally.
life.
You just naturally delivered your duties. Let's ask our spinal surgeon what role his mother played in his life, because here we are talking about women and mother and female who can nurture people. So Dr. Anukul, what memories have you got of your mom, and what role did she play in your success? You are a very successful spinal surgeon.
Thank you very much, Nil. There are a huge lot of things. First of all, I've heard right from the beginning about the concept of love. And I'll go back straight to the Vedantic concept as well as the Gita concept. And that is very simple. As long as it is without any self gratification, full stop. There's nothing beyond this. As long as you're not seeking something from it. And here comes a major concept. For example, I love somebody. It is not for my personal gratification. Very clear. As long as that particular aspect is hammered left, right, and center, the love does not come for your personal gratification. It is devotion, unconditional, and whatever is your nature of work. So if you keep your duties in one place, at the same time, do your duties with full devotion, that is real sense of love. And as long as it's not for my personal gratification. That's number one. You asked me about what my mother did. Let me put it like this. She's the she was epitome of what is typically an Indian cultural woman. She had studied till class 8. My father was in the Royal Air Force. He joined in 1942s. And nothing ever moved without mother was there all the time for us to take care of. But father was never there for many, many weeks or months. He was out in some sort of military this thing. I was myself in the army, and we've seen lots of our own men who used to be working, and they used to get a chance of meeting their family maybe once in 2 weeks or 3 weeks each year, and maybe once in 2 years. But yet it was something that we respected immensely because they were giving out so much in terms. Yet their families were taken care of by all the men in uniform. For example, if my unit was way far, about 3,000 miles away, their family in the other places were taken care of by the units close to their house. Their families would be attended to by somebody who will go and, are you sure everything is okay in your family? The kids' growth, their kids' school going, everything was taken care of by the units. It's fantastic. So in terms of my mother, let me put it like this. Our house finances were completely run by her. So she would completely divide and split all the money. My father used to come and give the money straight to mother. That's it at the end of the month. And she used to collect it and put them all into different packets. She used to have them. And at the end of it, I'm going to tell you something very interesting about, because I study a lot of economics as well, the Sanatani economics as we call it. 38 to 42% of the Indian growth is because of the mother's savings. They would invariably put a bit of money away under their pillows in their, in our, my mother used to keep them in the Gita, which was next to my temple, next to it, and nobody would touch it because we are not allowed to go close to that place anyway. And whenever we needed any money at home, she would promptly take out something. Don't worry. My father said, how do I pay his school fees this time? And she said, don't worry, we'll manage it. And she would always get some money from somewhere. So whenever anything went wrong, she always had something kept somewhere. Although she never went for earning anything, but she knew when and how she could save money. And she used to put those packets very carefully. This is for his school fees. This is for lunch and meals. This is for XYZ. Remember, I have given a lot of lectures on how to manage finances for doctors and a surgical career. And this is one of the first thing I say, split your money into different bits. And those categories should be fixed. Don't think that all the savings is saving some at the very end. So I will not go into the economics and finances, managing financial stuff. But that's what I learned from my mother. And I still have it very, very clear that when you have a particular amount and a fixed amount of money fixed for a particular activity, use that alone. Don't step out of it. And you're going to find out what you can do to the. It's not this that I go out for a meal today. Oh, I'll just spend some money from here, there. No, it doesn't work. So you have to be very careful. That's what I learned from my mother. Finally, most important thing, I think Gayatri ji was, as well as what you call Dr. So Mrs. Narayan was saying about the concept of equality. Where does the concept of equality come from? So I've done a lot of studies into the Vedic concept, as well as what happened in the Saraswati civilization and even after that. Interestingly, in our profession, orthopedic surgery, and orthopedics is meant to be all hammer and chisel and stuff like that, but we have got at least 20% of the people of our clinicians who are women. And I can assure you, absolutely no difference whatsoever. No difference. We never feel men or women at all. In my services, I've served the Indian Army, and we have got no difference. We've got no knowledge of men and women. We are working together. That's what our profession stands for. Yet I know there are a lot many things happen in the areas when it comes to women harassment and that sort of things. There are issues in it, but I think that is more of a societal issue. If you go back to the Vedic concepts, that thing doesn't exist. You're equal. But what has that happened? I will not go into the morphology and the basis why it did happen, but that fundamentally you see God in the form of man, and that's where the whole issue comes. And as to how you differentiate man-related God as opposed to energy and consciousness with God and Goddess, which is a very different concept. So I think I'll not touch it straight away, but it's a different issue altogether.
Thank you, Uncle. That's a men's point of view, which resonates with Sai Chitra and Gayatri there. At some point, I would like all three of you to connect off the net over here and explore the Vedic and Vedanta knowledge, and also because you're all in different country and you've got same goal. So I will ask Amrita to set up a group where you can chit chat on this, it will be useful. Let's go to Sai Chitra. Sai Chitra, you obviously have a fond memory of your mother. Do you feel you are a replicate of your mother, or do you feel you learned something? And isn't it amazing? However old we get, we are still the son and daughter of our parents. We cannot be above them. They will still call us their child. You can be 90-year-old, and if they're lucky enough to be alive at 105 or 107, they'll still call you their children. What wonderful memories have you got of mother? It could be also father who has nurtured you, but what memories have you got of a mother?
My mother is a strong lady. That is one thing. And she comes here. Every year she comes here. And when somebody tells that, she is Chitra Narayan's mother, so immediately she'll tell, no, Chitra Narayan is my daughter.
Yes.
She used to immediately bounce and tell. And when my mother was around 43, my father had kidney failure. So my younger sister, who was 20 at that time, she donated kidney to my father. So then my father, I just got married at that time and I delivered a child. So due to few problems in my health, I couldn't go for my giving. So though I went, the doctors rejected because the blood group was not matching. So my sister was O positive, so she could donate kidney to my father. And then afterwards, she got married. She was blessed by Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, and she delivered a baby also in 1 year's time, and Baba named him Sai Krishna. It's a long story. After 3 years of this kidney transplantation in 1987, my father was very serious because he had heart attack. And then he was in the hospital. At that time, the doctor told that, he is medically alive, but is not going to live long. So what do you want to do? Immediately my mother said, if he is not going to live, whatever organ from his body can be useful to others, you can just take, so that he will live through so many other people. So my father's liver and eyes and 2-3 other organs were donated, and the next day he passed away also. And I was in Bombay at that time. My mother was working in postal department. So I reached, I was so close to my father. So I couldn't bear the separation. I was crying so much. But my mother said, everybody has to go one day. You are all good children. So your father is very happy seeing all 3 of you. So don't worry, pray. She was so bold and confident at that time that she said, like right from my young age, my mother has taught one thing, that you should not fear for anything, but only when you have not done anything wrong, and if somebody tells you that you have done bad, like somebody accuses you, like for bad name, you should cry. And for people who are not, who are very close, who are not going to come back, if any death happens in the family, yes, that time you can cry. But all the other time, you should just, pray to God and leave it. This is also for that moment, So, as now she has planted thousands of trees in the villages. She has done lots of good things. She is 83. She's still there. She's still there for us. And she is hardcore yoga practitioner. And she keeps herself so healthy and fit. So she used to tell that, what gift we can give to our children. We need to be healthy. We need to take care of ourselves. And for every situation and every problem, we have to say, so what next? This has happened. So what is next? And then she told, every relationship that you have with you, whether it is husband, wife, children, brother, sister, all, everything is only burial ground relationship. It is Mayana Bandham. The only relationship that comes with you forever is God. He is only your Atma Bandhu. So he said, just, like early morning, as soon as you get up, go and say good morning to God and tell. Night before going to bed, tell all your things, whatever you want, you have in your mind, tell and forget about that. So these are all the wonderful things that I have learned from my mother. And I always, yes, she is my role model. And I keep learning a lot because she always believed in family unity. So my father's family, my mother's family, all, like everybody, it's very close-knit. So we value the relationship with everybody because the family that prays together stays together. And family bondage is more important irrespective of the differences. Because for small differences, people are just parting. So she always used to tell, you should be the one who binds everybody. Do not, do not make anybody to part, but bring everybody close together. Bind everybody together. Binding is the only thing that will help. So all these things, it has helped me to become a better human being, I feel, because I am what I am today only because of my mother. So thank you, Amma, for making me to be something in this society, it's all because of you and your blessing.
And Gayatri, the more important is you are lucky that your mother is still alive, because you can always run to mother. Generally in 40 years back, they would run to the mother because they wanted to learn about recipes. They wanted to cook the best, and you can't touch mother's cooking. But nowadays, mother are more than just cook. They're actually your psychologists, they are your sociologists, the current mothers, and you, Gayatri, you and Sai Chitra will be able to talk education to your children, society to your children, community to your children. And we go back to that female species, the mother. The mother, and uncle described both the father mother. Sai Chitra was close to the father as well. It was emotional touch. It's nice that she has came out with the emotional touch. She vividly remembers what happened in Mumbai and what compliment that mom said, that dad is so happy that all of you are good, so it's fine. And yes, we all have to go. If we can go peacefully, then our aura is very powerful. Remember, our soul is there with us. When we go, we are alone. So if you can start learning to detach from material and relationship, you are very powerful. You are flying high. You can pay attention. Then Sai Chitra's theory comes. Forgive, forget, and bless the people who might have hurt you. You might think they've hurt you, but they came in your journey to teach you some lesson. And just take example of Sudama. Sudama was Krishna's friend, and Sudama was so clever. When Krishna asked, Sudama, thank you for feeding me a nice meal. What would you like from me? Sudama would have been clever and said, can I have electricity in my town? Can I have good buildings in my town? Can I have food for all my people in my village? Sudama was so clever. He says, Krishna, I want you in my life. So clever. With Krishna in his life, he's going to get everything. And this is what us human beings, we don't understand. Gayatri mentioned, the society actually loves people who've got material, nice suit, nice watch, nice ring, nice chain, nice shirt, nice car, nice house. And they respect, but they don't know that their soul might be so disturbed that soul is not sleeping happily. The soul has got nobody at home. It is just external facade, which is what social media does. They put on pictures, they put on things. Let's ask Meeta, Lata, and Anjali what role their mother have played in their life and how important mother is in our life at any stage of our life, right? From the birth to the moment. And some people whose mother are still alive and they might have gone, who are not here, of course. So Anjali, how important role of your mother has played in your life?
So my mom has been a very strong mom, and like the thing about, there's a story which I want to tell. So I give my class 10 exam, got very good marks, and there was an admission process for my 11th and 12th. So she's totally against doing wrong things or telling lies or doing things by wrong means at all for getting admission into a college or anything. So when I went to get admission in the school for my +2, though despite having got 90%, there were many of my colleagues who may not have scored very high were getting admitted into the school, but I was being told that they are giving some sort of a
donation,
some sort of a bribe or something to the principal. So I started to cry. I'm like, how can I get my admission, because I want to go into medical school or do some medicine or something? And she was like, no, wait, we can't do that, we shouldn't be doing it at all. So she was like, no, we'll come back to the school, we're going to come back and study in the same school, but by doing it the right way. So it could be that I could have gone into some other school and studied. That could have been one of the possibility. But this was something which really would have aided me to get into medical school or something like that. So I was like very disheartened with the way, because my friend who had got 50% got into the school, is studying, but I'm still waiting to be taken on board. So we had to call it off, like, no, we need to report this kind of thing. You just can't take it lightly, because something which is going on in the school is wrong, like something similar to what has happened in India as of now in Calcutta. So you need to stand up for the right thing. You just can't, tolerate what's happening wrong. So we took it up and we wanted to get admission in the school in the right way. And she was like, the principal is angry and she'll not let this happen and everything. But eventually, with the process, following the right process, I got my admission in it. So the kind of cultural value she's put into me is like, whatever it is, you are not going to put your foot down for something which is wrong. Like, the world is doing something wrong, it is not, doesn't mean that you should be doing the same thing. You should be waiting out, wait for your time. The right moment will come. The universe will conspire for you to get into, admission or whatever at the right time. So she has been a quite a bold, daring mom for me, and I just look up to her as being not, just breaking down and just sitting and crying because something wrong happened to you, and you got to fight, not fight in a violent way, in a non-violent ahimsa way, but get your rights in a rightful manner. It's just not doing something wrong, hurting somebody, misbehaving with somebody, but do the right thing and get your things done in the right way. So something which is very, very empowering for me is to learn from her is this. So don't give up, keep working towards your goals. And she's been very motivating at times for me. So I really love her, and thanks to universe for, being by my side all the time.
Thank you, Anjali. Well, there is another testimony that moms are not just a good chef, but mom are more than a chef. They are the people who nurture you, the security that goes. And we want to ask same question to Lata. Lata, what importance your mother played in your growth?
Well, I'm trying to figure it out really, but I think she married the person she really loved. She was very hardworking in her family, and she went through her mother died very young, so she had to take over. She had to forego her education and help out in the home. And then the partition happened, so she had to leave Pakistan and our homeland, where she had all the assets and everything, But yeah, they forced her to give up her faith, but she held on to her faith and she fled the country. So I think she has instilled in me the genes, and the thing in me is to be putting spiritual values first, your faith first is the most valuable thing. And home life at that time, because those were the years, where family life was very, very the anchor of society, and where the temple and the spiritual values were sort of inculcated and put into practice. But although she didn't have education as much as she should have had, she still was very resilient and strong and humble and willing to learn and to be peaceful. And I think she always wanted to do the best for us. She believed in so many values. And I look back what she did, actually, I can see, and every day I just thank my mother. She's no longer here, but every day, there's not a day where I never remember her several times, and her strong love and what she left behind. Yeah, the wonderful principles that
So even
to instill in all of us.
so even you remember fondly your mother, and we come back to that female touch. That mother are so important in our life. The female touch is so important either as a wife, as a mother, as a daughter-in-law, as an entrepreneur, as someone who nurtures and gives birth to humanity, and it's so important. Amrita, what are your thoughts? Your mother is still there. You are very close with your mother. What fond memories have you got of mom, and what importance has she played, and what role has she played in your growth?
I personally think there are no words that can express our mother's love for us, or what our mothers have done. But ever since I have become a mom, I have really realized what all three she must have went through. And the biggest thing which I think all the moms have in them is immense love. And what they say is, what can I do for you, my dear? So this is one thing they do for everybody, whosoever comes. And in that, because her major part is a household and kitchen is one part of it, so that becomes the yummiest thing. And that is, I think, when these things, they come to us, and when we walk in our life and take the individual steps in our life, we realize how important certain steps were when they made us teach how to walk, actually. And the essence of those small things always stay in the journey of the life that our mothers have. Like, and after being a cancer survivor, the way my mom has fought from cancer, and the way she started living again, has given me such a big lesson about life. And the biggest thing I have learned from her is to always smile and stay positive with whatever the situation is. And these kind of things, I think the moms can only teach. Nobody else can teach you a lot of these small things. Even if the school papers make you write the human values and moral science papers, but still these moral values that comes from your mom, not by telling her, but her presence, just by her touch, just hiding in her sari's pallu, sometimes, or Grace being a child of a mom who will be a savior in any situations, with whom I can discuss and share anything, with whom she'll be saving me from everything and will be protecting me. So she's like a Durga, I think, in that way.
So
And
it's so amazing. So
yes.
Amrita, so
Nilkumar, I want to hear about your mom, because we all know your mom was also very great. So before we move to India with Lal Goyalji, 2 words.
okay, so my mother is no longer, but I was very fond of her. We were actually friends, so I could talk. My mother didn't speak many languages, so I used to force us to speak French, Spanish, German. I would, wake up in the morning and greet her in different languages. And slowly she learned. What happened was people from Madagascar came to our house in Africa, and they speak French. They don't speak Hindi and Gujarati very well. So I learned the Madagascar French, which is different. The French would say, "Comment vous appelez-vous?" "Je m'appelle," and we say "Quel est ton nom?" "Mon nom est," and things like that. And that got me excited. And then we learned so many languages. And then mom used to dress up me for French, for fancy dresses in Navratri, Diwali. I won so many awards and prizes. Then she taught me to give my awards and prize to others. And I cried first, but then she said, "Don't you feel good that you gave something that was supposed to be yours to people?" And ever since the age of 9, anything that I'm bestowed, whether it's a title, gifts, money, awards, are given to everybody. So for last 55 years, I've just been giving whatever was there, because nothing belongs to us. So it's so beautiful. And mother Mother are very special. Doesn't matter how old you get. Your affinity with your mother will always remain. And if any of you who haven't got your mother and you are missing, don't miss them. Cherish them. Go and jump back the good memories. And you will love, you will be so close to them. And remember, they are next to God. So if you feel you experience God, it may be you are experiencing your mother or even your father, depending how close you are. So it's such an important personality in our growth of our life. It is not that they only gave us the birth, but they nurtured us. Like you said, hide in the pallu, just go in there. And mother is always there to give. So shortly, Amrita, we are going to go back again to India with a lot of guests with our senior anchor and producer, Rotarian Lal Goyal, who has got Rupa here, Ranju here, Nasrat here, who are also going to discuss about GLOWomen and human values. And just before we do that, Gayatri, thank you for initiating this episode where you produced the early 2.5 hours together with Amrita and the whole team. So it's so wonderful. Gayatri, what are your concluding thoughts before we move to the India leg again, where we've got very exciting guests lined up by our Rotarian Lal Goyal?
Yes, first of all, I would like to be very grateful. This is another human value. We had to be very grateful, gratitude to all of you, to especially Nielsen, Healing Our Earth, Dr. Amritajin, everybody who is on the platform today, to have given us the opportunity to share whatever we have. And one, as we were saying about hope, one of very, very important and which is very, very impactful is seek the blessings of your parents in whatever you do in life. If we start inculcating that from young age, seek the blessings of your parents in whatever you do in life. Secondly, never bring tears to your parents' eyes. So these are the two taglines that we have put in the Hope monuments that we have in Mauritius, unique in the world. We have 11 of them, and where human values start is from in the womb, in the family, and the parents are the first teachers. And then we go to the school, to the teachers, and society is also plays a very important role. And I would love to mention that all of us, we have in a certain way, we are responsible to give, to try, to strive to become an element of role modeling for our younger generations. Otherwise, with the AI, artificial intelligence, we just cross fingers that humanity survives and peace prevails. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayatri. Gayatri is that wonderful soul from Mauritius. He's part of our coordinating team, together with Saivani, Saiksha, and Anil. They've been there ever since pandemic time. She also leads a project called Hope, which is a beautiful project where we respect our parents. And of course, if you learn to respect your parents, you can respect community, you can respect society, you can respect your neighbors, you can respect your siblings, your relatives, your friends, your followers, your fans. And Gayatri says, start with love. If you've got love in your gene and your mind and your body and your soul, then love can flourish into truthfulness, peace, liberty, and peaceful solution with people. So Gayatri, very well done. We are very proud of you. We will be moving over now to India shortly with Rotarian Lal Going and Nusrat Jahan. If you are listening to us, please landscape your video so it looks like everybody else, which will be beautiful. And Gayatri, bonsoir and merci beaucoup.
Bonsoir.
You can unmute yourself.
Bonsoir et au revoir. À très bientôt.
Thank you, and we'll see you shortly later. Meanwhile, you've got another meeting to attend to. So we love you and have a lovely night and an onward time that you've got. Well, Amrita, let's go to our regular producer
Yes.
from the Indian leg, which is 9 o'clock Indian time, every episode. Our smiling, bouncy, dynamic Rotarian Lal Goyal is always there. Let's introduce him and then some of the guests.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. As we move ahead, Global Namaste to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Rotarian Lal Goyal is founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as he's the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GAN. As usual, this is another episode with a beautiful theme of human values. And through the platform of Global Women, which we are heading towards for a platform where we are moving to have a common base for establishing various values that are important for not only women, but for humanity as well. Before we move to your guests, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji, what are your thoughts on human values and why do you think they are important in life? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita, for introducing me. Thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team of Healing Our Earth for giving me opportunity every week from 9 p.m. onwards to 10 p.m. generally for coming out and introduce and bring the guests from India so that they can give their views on a very important topics, and that too on an international forum. And because this program is being telecast on different social medias in different countries all over the world. So thank you very much. Now you have asked about the human values. Human values, as far as I am concerned, women embody profound human values, serving as pillars of integrity and compassion in society. Honesty is the first chapter in the book of wisdom. Through honesty, women speak with sincerity, guided by kindness. Love is the master key that opens the gates of happiness. With love, women nurture and build connections, creating a foundation of belonging. Peace is the only battle worth waging. Their pursuit of peace calms tensions and restores harmony. Truth is the foundation of all knowledge. Anchored in truth, women uphold authenticity and integrity. Unity is strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. Through unity, women bridge divides, fostering inclusivity and mutual respect. A single act of kindness throws out roots in all directions. Their kindness and empathy radiate, touching hearts and transforming lives. The most courageous act is still to think for yourself aloud. Women's resilience empowers them to rise against adversity. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. This is a very famous quote of our father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi. And their spirit, the women's spirit of generosity, uplifts community in need. Forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet shed on the heel that has crushed it. With forgiveness, women inspire peace and healing. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Embracing these values, women become guiding lights, illuminating the path toward a better future. And to discuss today this very important and very, you can say, a topic which is embodied in the women, the human values, I have a very good panelist guest with me, and I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, and she is Miss Nusrat Jahan EK. Empowering others is the true measure of success. Miss Nusrat Jahan is a beacon of hope and empowerment, a remarkable figure in Calicut, Kerala, known for her resilience, advocacy, and political acumen. She is the National Vice President of the Republican Party of India, Athawale, and an international human rights defender. She did her MBA in Aviation Security from Edith Crown University, Australia, with 22 years of experience in aviation sector. Her political journey is driven by a commitment to uplift the needy and support marginalized sections of society. Her advocacy extends to education, healthcare, workers' rights, and rehabilitation of Indian prisoners abroad. Her vision, I quote, save the society with a tool and pen in both hands, unquote, emphasizing education as a catalyst for liberation and development. Her contribution to social welfare include supporting HIV positive patients, infrastructural development, and humanitarian crisis response. She is instrumental in working towards the rehabilitation of Indian prisoners and their families abroad as General of the International Human Rights Commission, IHRC. Ms. Nusrat Jahan's life and work are a beacon of hope and empowerment, demonstrating how dedicated leadership can effect meaningful change. To hear from her on this today's very, very important topic, that is human values, Ms. Nusrat Jahan, EK.
Okay, namaste to everybody. So I would like to say it's a human values. It starts from a mother, women. So that is no doubt for it. Because everything depends from a lady. So that's why we in India, we talk about the Bharat Mother. Whatever it is, it's not politics, I feel. From coming from a community like mine and coming up to this level, I found it is very difficult for a woman to come up in this society. So that is why the freedom, see, we should get freedom through education. That is a must. Nothing else we can do. So all the girls should be motivated, educated, even boys, I say, because if they don't study and they come with, we don't want equal rights or anything. We will live equally. That is my vision. So to save a woman, we need brothers. So I'm not against any men. I never talk. I'm not a feminist. So I always talk for the women. See, you like Mr. Lal Goyal, like people are there in this universe to support the girls. So we need such brothers to support the girls. And with the education, they should come up. And we should not be scary. So see, the girls, what I'm doing is I want to create 100 Nusrat Jahans from my society, from my community, because they are scared to come out. But now, no, after seeing me, I was the first person from my village, from a Muslim society to come to an aviation field. So I had too much hurdles. Now all the girls wanted to join. Every fathers want their children to be cabin crew or airport staff. Things change. When I came, it was another scenario. So like that, everything when we give a leadership, especially when a lady give a leadership, there is a change in the society. No others can make a change because a mother is growing. Father is whoever it is, depend that habits, culture, his everything, behavior, everything depends upon the mother. That mother is more time with. Like that, then only we come to schools and all the ways. So I usually tell to my children, when I go for any classes, listen to your mother and father. That is the university. If you study there, don't go for higher studies or anything. Be it study with 10th standard is the higher studies. There you get that 10 in the high schools, how you studies, how your teachers motivated you, how you played with your friends, that we will never get in our college or higher studies or in our any job, this areas, everything. So there the things change. They all are coming for something, fighting to win something. But in schools, what we are not doing anything winning. We are living happily with our society, with our teachers, with respect, love, working, showing the nature. So being a human being, so to be a good human being, school, first to 10th standard, and a mother and father is enough. We don't know, we need to go to foreign university. When I went to Australia for aviation security management, I saw only it is only the class happening there, nothing else. After that, we go for food and the break time. Then that finished. There we talk. Then finished. We get the MBA result. But in school, we are not like that. In our home, we are not like that. So a person should be transformed in that age. That's why we are telling, don't put religious studies in a small mind. It will make them break. Let them be any religion. Give values for human being. Be a very good human being. That only I have a daughter. I told her, you don't get mark or you don't attempt for anything what you don't know, what you cannot achieve, but you have to achieve a human value. You should be a very good human. That we have to tell the society. Then only, see, we will protest for the human atrocities, all this, but the cause should be treated. For the cause treated, we have to develop a new future. We cannot go and tell all these big people who are doing this, you are not respecting ladies, you should be like this. See, in the last 50 years, I found this, when we were small, there were values for humanity. That time only everything was manual. In my house, we take the rice flour in that thing. We had a machine, and we didn't have a machine to take the coconut chutney. All we did manually. Like that only, we filed all the files, documents, everything. Finally, we did it. Then we came to the computer, where we are the generation who did manual and technical at the same time. But our father and mother, they only know manual techniques. But the new generation know only technologies. They cannot live when the electricity is not there for 1 hour. They are blind. We saw when the Microsoft was down, what happened. See, this is happening. So we have to tell them, this is the world. You have to create, you have to be creative. Learn what is there and before. That is why we give, when you grown up, you study the culture of the nation. Your culture, the nation is more important. What are in your, after home, next is your nation. So without nation, you don't have any culture or anything. Believe in your nation, respect your nation cultures, and love. Then automatically the love and everything comes out. I don't know when we can create all this. At least for the next generation, if we do this, this will be, when we start from this, they will be loving, they will have unity, they will have everything what you want. Peace, everything. Without love, where the peace comes from? Nothing. If you are fighting and going and telling, where does the peace comes? See, with the colleges, we see the strike going on, and they are fighting to their principal and teachers, and what love they are getting from them back, and what they can give them. So we should tell everything. We should act in the society, not a or everything is the owl. Everything is for the human being. See, we came from where and we went where. No scientific or no Vedas or no any religion couldn't find out. Even science didn't find. Still they are searching. That is not written in any Vedic or any Abrahamic religion, everything. So this world is something else, soul and the gross body. So that we have to learn our children. So this is a short world. We should make happiness. We are nothing in this world if you think of the world. That way we have to give the education. Like before we had Gurukulam, everything. At least our parents, mothers should teach our children. Even schools, I think we have to give importance to our nature and what is we. Not this religion or every religion is same. Everybody have the red blood. That we have to teach them. Not inject everything, politics and religion into the human beings. There we lose everything. Peace, humanity, love, unity, everything. Without unity, what nation is there? It will break. We are seeing in the countries, even still Israel, Hamas, everywhere. All the places, Ukraine, what is happening? Peace is not there. There is no love between the human beings. They are fighting against themselves, not with anybody. In Bharat, we say, India, we say, this is Hindus, Muslims problem. Why? In Yemen, what is there? Muslim fighting. everywhere in the part of a Palestine also, everywhere in the part they themselves. So we are fighting to our brother and sisters. So that value we have to give to the society. That I don't know where it is there. People like you, I know this platform is a big international platform. We should talk like this so much about this. Even if it did, I used to say, if nobody listened to us, even I am a very good this in vlogger in social media, they will tell us everything, hating speech, everything. I'll tell one will listen to us. One, that is enough. Others, let them go and say. But we will continuously talk, and bring the people with us, the children with us, ladies with us. So the women's power is the best. And save women, save the universe from a mother's womb. So from the first, they seeing the world is from the mother's womb. So that is it. We will save the nation, universe with respecting a woman. Everybody will get a respect from a woman. This is shortly I want to tell you today to our viewers also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nusrat Jahan, and especially special thanks to you because you have messaged me that you are not well. Rather, we spoke and I said, we just for 5 minutes, give you, and I know that your throat is very bad. And yeah, we can very well, but still you have given so impactful thing, and the way you have mentioned, and the one thing which you have mentioned very clearly, that all religions are same. And humanity, if we will not have human value, how we are going to serve the nation or in the world? So the human values and your point about the education, the education at home or the school level is very, very important. I'm sure the soft skills, which today the people are talking in the MBA courses, I think that is very important from the very childhood, which we are lacking nowadays. The new generation is lacking. I'm sure that their change will come. Thank you very much, Nusrat Jahan, for joining and giving your views. Take care of your health.
Okay, thank you so much.
Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you to all my panelists.
Thank you very much.
Next time I'll come more time because no throat. I'll see all your speeches.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, and my next panelist who was supposed to join today, she also had the same problem of because the viral fever is going on. She is in Mumbai, but she could not join. Just received a message from our secretary that she is totally unwell. Although I messaged her, I said, you also join for 5 minutes, but I'm sure that the condition is very bad. Otherwise, she would have joined. So next time, definitely we'll take. So now I will move to my next panelist guest, and she is Dr. Rupa Agrawal Gopal. Empowering women is the key to unlocking a brighter future. Dr. Rupa Agrawal Gopal is a multifaceted radiologist and philanthropist. She is practicing radiology for 18 years with expertise in multi-modality imaging. She is an entrepreneur and founder of Saral Healthcare, Mathura's first complete diagnostic center. She is a faculty speaker and academic contributor at state and national level. She is passionate about empowering women, promoting girl education, and supporting the underprivileged. She featured on the cover of Diamond magazine as the most versatile woman. She is the recipient of the Best Dancer Award. She is the founder of Amrit Sirjan Foundation, providing free medicines and educational resource to those in need. She launched Arena Wellness, an organic store catering to medical, surgical, and wellness needs. She curated Mathura's only art house gallery promoting creative wellness. She will be launching shortly a poetry book and dance and art academy. She will continue to support education and philanthropic initiatives. Dr. Rupa Agrawal Gopal's dedication to radiology, entrepreneurship, and philanthropy inspires others to pursue their passion and make a positive impact. Welcome, Dr. Rupa Agrawal Gopal on our show. Dr. Gopal, you have heard our earlier panelist, Ms. Nusrat Jahan, although she was not well, but she make a very, very important point. And she says that the education or the human values start from the childhood. And she started from the mother. And I was hearing just when I joined the program, that Mr. Neil Kumar was talking about his mother. And mother, yes, the mother is the one factor which everybody can vouch that she is the first teacher, not only for the teaching purpose, but for the human values. I still remember, I will just quote because I am also from Mathura. When I was studying in Kishori Raman Montessori School at Mathura, one of the child, I will not name because he's a very, very prominent leader today in Mathura, was my class fellow, a very, very naughty child. And I used to complain to my mother whenever I goes to home, he is a very, very naughty and I can't stand with him. And she says, is he so bad? I said, yes. Any quality is having? I said, yes, he's a very good player. So she said, then you just look that quality. And I must say that the day I started looking for that quality in him, today he's my one of the best friends in Mathura, a very prominent leader. I will not name, otherwise everybody knows him in Mathura very, very well. So Dr. Rupa Agrawal Gopal, you have heard her. Now we would like to know, because you are doing lots and lots of good work, although I am not residing at Mathura, but whenever I visit, I was hearing about your very, very good philanthropic work, and especially a doctor who is so busy, because I know you and your husband are doing lots of work and very much busy. The whole day you are busy, but still you are taking out the work to do the philanthropic work. And I'm sure this is because the human values imbibed in you. We would like to know your views on very, very special topic today, human values. Dr. Rupa Agrawal Gopal.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lal. And I'm indeed honored and so happy to be part of this journey. And of course, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dignitaries of the Rotary Club International, who are doing a lot of good work with organ donation. So, and for this rendezvous, I'm really, really thankful, because through this platform, I can put forward my word to the world and to the people around you. And another accolades and applause to your association for choosing the topic's name as GLOWomen. So a woman glows by virtue of nature, but the topic that you have highlighted on is extremely good to congratulate upon, and it already sparkles the whole essence of it, and it says the whole story. But yes, as the saying goes, respect is earned via love, trust is gained via truth, loyalty is appreciated via honesty, and gratification comes with peace. So a woman who is already committed by virtue of nature, because she is the Srijan Karta of this world, she is the creator of this world. It's her commitment to shape this world. And this unfolds lots of qualities of a woman, also as a human being, and also as with respect to the gender that she holds. So coming to that, the reflection of a woman's character, just being by herself, her authenticity, her integrity, her transparency, this requires a lot of courage, a lot of vulnerability, and constant improvisation, constant correction of the methods to take the path of self-discovery and self-realization. But the greatest disability that I can say that a woman can possess is negative outlook to the things. So that is one thing that each woman should drop. Because once you are giving positivity to the world, how can you get negativity in return? So the woman of today, although demands a lot of respect, demands a lot of transparency and affection, but she is self-sufficient to prove her point, to prove her enigma, and rather she doesn't need to prove it at all. It is like reflected by her undeterred efforts per se, by her constant learning methods, by her constant craving to make this world a better place to live in. And that starts from her very home. And if I elaborate on this, I would say that as the saying goes, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, we all in India follow that methodology. And we know that this modus operandi is so powerful in its own way, because if you start thinking that, no, the qualities, the human values, they start from your home. But what is your home? Your home is just not the place that you live in. It's your colony,
it's the city, it's the state, it's the country, and it's the whole world altogether. That's your home. So if you broaden your perspective of thinking that no, you are brought to this world to do better things in life than just your home. So you have to define you have to correct the definition of home at first hand. Also, people talk of women empowerment. I'm, again, as Nusratji said, I'm also not a feminist. I also believe less in women empowerment because I think women are already empowered since ages. You know, if you turn back the history pages, you see that we had all our cities named after our female deities, right? And a lot of, our deities are named as Siyaram and Radhe Krishna. We never call it vice versa. So they are like always being honored at first hand. They were always being given priority and the due respect of the gender that they hold. And also, I think the men need to be a little empowered in this commotion area, in this commotion world, because the more understanding they gather and the more respect they offer to a woman, I think that solves the problem of this bridge. And this progressive gender that the female that I'm talking of, this demands a lot of respect and a lot of honesty and truthfulness. The human values that are pertaining to all the progressiveness that are pertaining to all the success in life. But what is the bottom line? The bottom line is you cannot be on the giving mode unless you have your own bowl filled. So for that, only two requirements. Number one, you fill your bowl yourself. Whatever your soul bowl is there, you are supposed to do it. You should come out. You should put your step forward to fill your happiness bowl, your satiety bowl, your gratification bowl, your forgiveness bowl, your forgetfulness bowl. You first fill in first, and then you are in the capacity to shower that bowl to other people. So as a song goes in India, हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करें, दूसरों की विजय से पहले खुद को विजय करें. So that holds very true in this perspective. And also, you see that love and peace to mankind, it emerges as a very tender sapling. You know, once you sow a seed and you see a very, very gentle, light green colored sapling, that's all because of that, that love that is being put into that soil of the woman that is undergoing a lot of troubles by virtue of the body that she has got. But that's no cribbing, but that has to be acknowledged. That has to be appreciated well by other genders and other people. So of that fertile soil of moral values, once you irrigate that soil with a lot of moral values, with love, with emotional vibes, with spiritual vibes of womanhood, and then you see such a beautiful sapling emerges and it grows into a wonderful woman. And that's how you create the world as a beautiful place, because this woman is going to create another world, and that woman will, and the cycle continues. So, but yes, on the other hand, the other side of the coin says that if this woman that is being produced, it can be so productive as cosmos, creating the entire universe, or she can be a destructive one to create pralaya even. So do not fiddle with her. She is a superpower, no doubt about it. And also, it holds true for everybody, not just women. Like what goes around comes around. Whatever you do today has to come another day to you. So it's like a white and black ball. The more you throw white balls, the more you will get the white balls. The more black balls you throw, you will get the black balls in return. So it's up to you what kind of collection you want to make of your own. And also, what do you think? Why one question emerges every time that you are not trying to do bad things, deliberately. It just happens. But then what happens? The control is in your hand, no? So the decision power, the courage to take the decision and execute it, that is totally with you. So just saying that why are women suffering so much, even if they're sacrificing throughout their lives, why they're always on the bichara mode? Why are they always on the, on the empathy mode? So it's not like that. It's the universe and the entire cosmos is taking a revenge, and, it will give you what you deserve. At the end of all, you will only get what you deserve in life. But to all the women who think on a negative mode that why me, so I would like to just point out that before you think that nobody is loving you, nobody is there for you, and you are just on the lower mode, on a submissive mode, you must think of very, very good people in your life who might have cried for you, who might have sacrificed for you a lot, and who might still be craving for you. So what you have to do, you don't have to get submissive. You have to come out of your shackles. You have to put your word forth, and you should believe in goodness of the world, because still there are so many good people around. You just need to reach out to them. You just need to find them. And one day, surely you will find that peace and harmony. And of course, no matter what, the karma that you have collected in the past, it's a past, fine. But at least today you can take control of your karma. You can rectify your karmic cycle. You can come out of that negative cycle and create your own verdict. So that's how you change things altogether. Now, as I said, that woman is a creator, and her identity in the universe is very unique. Yeah. And her existence is also indispensable to humankind, because in this world, this is such a world, if I say so, with lots of incidences happening in the newspaper. It's packed with hatred and betrayal and all sorts of negative news. But still, the honesty, truth, love, as the topic of today's talk also says, they are the mandatory ingredients to cook. You can cook a whole buffet out of it, of peace and harmony. So still, these positive moral values hold so much power over the negative values. So we should never let go of them. And we should, I can just quote one experience, very, very small experience. As we go to shopping, I also went to a mall one fine day. And somehow I left my purse on the check-in counter, where the lady guard is like checking you for the any risk. So I just left my purse there, and I just unknowingly I went inside for shopping. And once I was trying to give payment to one of the shopkeepers, I realized, oh my God, I left my purse at the lady guard. I was in a panic because it was holding a lot of money, and I was with my daughters. So I thought, how would I would not get it now. Instead of any single positive thought, all that was happening in my mind was negative. Oh, I lost so much money. Oh, that lady guard must have taken it. Oh, it is like gone now. What do I shop now? Nothing, literally nothing positive came to my mind. And I just ran and rushed to that door. And to my surprise, what I saw, that lady guard was like standing. Initially, she was sitting and, she was comfortable. But now she was in a little panic situation, and she was standing there with her son. And both of them were waving and holding my purse in hand, so that they were like trying to attract the owner of the purse, that, see, I have your purse and please get and take it back from me. So now I was I was awestruck. I suddenly realized that I was totally negative here, and still God was generous enough to shower me with positive. I lost it and I got it, and I thanked her. I took the purse, and 3 learnings that I got from that very small incidents was, one was that one very important thing that I learned from that day, like nothing is permanent. Everything is temporary in this world. Like, see, 1 hour later, I was the owner of that purse and I was holding it. 1 hour later, it was not in my hands. So how can I say that I'm the owner of that purse, So things change so much, so in such fast pace, that we should stop thinking as in terms of ownership of anything in this world, not even this life. So it's all controlled. It's all controlled by some superpowers. That is number 1. Number 2 learning that I got, that if I had not got that purse back, if that lady guard has opened it, for example, I thought that, look at her son. I thought probably she needed more money. She was more needy than me for that money. So if I had not at all got it even, it would have been better. So that was my second positive thought after that. And the third thing that I thought was doubting somebody suddenly, even Bhagavad Gita objects a lot with doubting somebody out of nothing. But then I did that. And I did that out of, virtue, by virtue of human nature. But then I thought that doubting somebody gave me what? It just gave me panic. It just gave me stress. And ultimately, what happened had to happen. I had no control over that. That was my good luck that I got it back. So see, just a small thing and you can change your karmic cycle. If I had changed my karmic thought in that way, that no, it's okay, fine. Even if she gets that money, that's okay. Even she is a human being. So that's how you can break that negative cycle and come out into a positive mode. And also, I would like to highlight here that this world is still a patriarchal one, and we should not deny that. And it's good also. Why? Because once you start thinking of a patriarchal society, it should give you a thought of some kind of shelter and not some negative nonsense or some superstitions. Yes, it's a patriarchal society because by virtue of nature, men are stronger than women, even medically, even emotionally. By all means, they are stronger. So why not they can just hold the hand on a shelter mode, on a savior mode. So that's quite good. And also, at last, I would like to just conclude my talk by saying that we can all take a pledge. You can on this beautiful initiative of GLOWomen, a determination to create a democratic woman by the woman, for the woman, of the woman, and we can be more convincing in a more peaceful and harmonious relationship with everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rupa. You have raised very, very important thing about the human values. I have two questions to you. First is, being a senior most radiologist in Mathura nowadays, why there is a ban for the sex determination of a child while it is nowhere in the world? Rather in USA, I know that they celebrate and they disclose the sex of the child. Why? So it means there is something which is to be changed, and who is responsible for that? Do you think the man is responsible or the woman is responsible, or mother-in-law wants the son or the daughter or not? That is first question to you. Then I will ask I am having the second question also, but first, can you answer for this?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for this question because I really wanted to answer this and talk about it. I tell you because I'm doing ultrasounds every day, and you will, by your surprise, you will get to know that if I ask the lady how many children do you have, she will say I have 3 children. So, but then when I start talking, I realize that she has 5 children and 2 are daughters. So they don't even mention, they don't even number their girls as their children, right? So now, coming to that point, why is it in India? See, because I think if I talk on a very practical platform, because this is again a technical and emotional topic, but yes, practically what happens if you see in India, the girl is going to the boy's house after marriage by virtue of the Marriage Act and the infrastructure that we are into. And the property differentiation and the expenses, the parents think of a girl as a burden in India because of this method of marriage.
Dr. Gopal, sorry to cut you, but yes. So this is what I want to mention, that whatsoever we talk about the empowerment, whatsoever we talk about the human values, but we are lacking, and the reason I blame ourselves that the men fault, but still I say equally the women are responsible for this particular evil, because it's a very, very evil thing. And secondly, because you are a doctor and I am related to this organ donation thing. In India, the data says, the government data says that 80% donors, living donors of organs are women, while they are only 19% recipient, which shows whether it is not a human values. It's something which is totally wrong. In my opinion, apart from human values, the mother or the father or the parent should teach to say no to the girls. That not only for the bad touch or good touch, but also when the question comes for the organ donation, they should say when the capability or the eligibility is there for the men, why not they should donate, why only the women. So thank you very much, Dr. Rupa Agarwal, but you have I must say, articulately summarized the things on a very, very short time, and I'm sure that if you would have more time, you would have given a lecture for so much more time. But this is something which requires today, because if the human values on the women, which are already there, if they will try to transmit them to others, even for the men, then the time will come and then the time will change. Because I also heard one of the panelists earlier before my program was saying about the artificial intelligence. Yes, artificial intelligence, the AI is taking over, but we have to use it as a tool, not to make them the masters, and the masters will definitely remain the family, the parents, and especially the women. Thank you very much, Dr. Rupa Agarwal Gopal, for giving your views.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I would like to move to my next panelist, last but not the least panelist guest, and she is Miss Ranju Mehrotra. The position of the stars is not the only thing that determines our destiny. Our own actions and decisions play a significant role in shaping our future. Miss Ranju Mehrotra is illuminating lives through astronumerology and Vastu. She is a renowned astronumerologist and Vastu consultant in Chandigarh. She began her journey as a dedicated teacher in Delhi's esteemed schools. She pursued her passion for occult sciences, transition into a fulfilling profession. Her expertise spans numerology, Western astrology, and Mahavastu with years of experience. She continues to teach numerology online, empowering individuals to shape their destiny. She finds joy and satisfaction in making a positive impact on people's lives. Ms. Ranju Mehrotra's remarkable journey showcases her dedication to illuminating the path for others, inspiring them to take control of their lives and create a brighter future. Welcome, Ms. Ranju Mehrotra, on this very, very special show on a very special topic, human values and the GLOWomen. You have heard two of our panelists, Ms. Nusrat Jahan as well as Dr. Gopal. And both have spoken about the human values and how the women are playing the very, very important role in the human values. Now, you being a renowned astronumerologist and a Vastu consultant, and you might be seeing everything from the other angle, also from the other planet also, I must say, apart from what we are seeing here every day. We would like to know your views on very special topic, human values. Ms. Ranju Mehrotra, please.
Good evening, everybody. Namaskar. Thank you, Mr. Lal, for getting me on this platform today and with such a beautiful topic of human values, and especially with women. I would take this topic. And hearing all the senior people right now, very experienced people, it was beautiful listening to them. But yes, at a few points, I won't agree with little small points, because being, as you said, being into this field where, people are coming, ladies themselves, women, asking about a women, that all kind of negative stuffs. So kai baar hum, we have said ki aurat ki dushman aurat hi hoti hai kai baar. So this is where actually I come to see clients, mother-in-laws asking for their daughter-in-laws, knowing everything, every good thing. But at the same point, they come with a stuff that they want to favor their son and not their daughter-in-laws, knowing who is correct. Here, it pinches also, being a daughter myself, being a wife, being a mother, and it pinches because we are today's generation. Maybe there can be an age gap between me, my mother, my in-laws, and everybody. But at a point, I would rather say we live in a society. I totally understand women in past, who was a moral, valued woman in past. She was a woman who was at home, looking after children, wearing a sari, and saying yes, okay, Hanji, with no voice of hers. That was a moral, good woman in society few years back. Now, luckily, times have changed. Now women have their voice. They speak, they are educated. But yeah, certain times I think, with a few, it's a very few number, few percentage that people are appreciating that. Still, a woman going out to the office, working from morning till evening, and has to come back home to see the house also. I have a son, I have a daughter. At the same time, maybe, I value both. I am making them, good individuals from my side. They're in good schools, they're going to good stuffs, they're going into good parties, their relatives are same. But what happens is, at last, we make a difference between a girl and a boy. Like Dr. Rupa Agarwal said, during ultrasounds, now a lady who is delivering is into a stuff that she's not counting her two girls. I mean, how is that possible also? Did she take lesser pains to deliver a girl? No, she was doing that for 9 months, exactly the same way what she was doing for the boy. But the difference comes in the lady itself. So here we need to, or probably if today, just few days back or a month back, the case in Kolkata happened, which was in hype. Or few years back, Nirbhaya case happened. What was that? Was the girl at any point she was at fault? No, she was a doctor. What was she doing? So here we need to actually, doctor, everybody would agree here that, Mr. Lal, we need to, girls are empowered. There's a lot of power in human and there is a lot of power in a woman. But yes, with the difference that God has made is that physically men are a little stronger. So they should understand that your power is not to show on a lady, to show on a woman. No, use it on a better place. Use it on improving something. Rather go, like Mr. Lal said, go and donate your body organs. No, you're so strong. So why don't your mind go strong in a way that I need to donate this after? So these things need to be tackled, definitely. But yes, mother plays a very, very important role. Like Ms. Nusrat said, it's a very important part. A mother plays a role because she's, a woman when grows is 80% of her mother. She's a kind of replica to her mom after a certain time. So if a mom is strong, she will make a stronger daughter. And then a stronger daughter will make her daughter strong. So this is a cycle which will keep following. And as you know, doctor will understand, but as a astrologer, numerologist, I study houses. I study stuff which is not only physical, but mental also. So there is a very big and a very important 12th house, which we look in our zodiacs, which we look in our patris. And that house very clearly, shows us that when a child is in the womb of a mother, starts listening to things, starts, retrieving, giving away messages and everything. There are so many problems which a mother during her pregnancy recovers because of the things coming from a child. And so the same way, there are so many good or bad values a child takes in when a mother is having a good thought or a bad thought. That is why we always say, "Achhi baatein suniye." Listen to good things when you're pregnant. Talk good things when you're pregnant. Listen to positive things. Because it goes inside. It gives a big, big mental good value or a bad value or good times during the child is in the womb. And when the delivery point comes, what happens? It very clearly shows us when there are people, astrologically, they want to know, there are so many cases nowadays coming with children who are not physically very fit. And they are having certain kind of their little backlog. If they're 5-year-old, they're behaving like 2-year-old child. Autism is too much in. Why? The main reason of autism is because there is so much of stress in today's life. So much of stress, physical stress, mental stress. People are busy working and working. They have, in modern times, we are working. We are running after money. We are running after, success. Good, do that. But at the same time, do not forget your human values. Very important. When you have human values with your success, it will keep you happy inside. Otherwise, that gaining of money, you've gained money, good. But at the end of the day, are you sleeping good? Did you have a good sleep today? And sleeping is a very, very important part of our human body. If you sleep good, you are energetic next morning. Otherwise, headaches, indigestions, everything happens. So this is a point where, a few days back, I don't know how true that talk was. I heard it on FM when I was driving, that there was a ratio taken out by, I don't know whether it was government or some kind of body, that there are 1,200 girls versus 1,000 boys now. I don't know how true it is, but I heard it and somewhere I felt, wow. I mean, this was something, after I hadn't heard till my age, I hadn't heard that a girl's ratio is going more than a boy's ratio in our country. If this is happening, I don't want that girls and girls are there and there are no boys, because how will the world work then? So it should always be equal. That is my point. I don't want anybody to be upper and lower. It should be equal. And for that, what we need to do is we should treat our girls, our boys, in spite of leaving those genders. They are our children. They're human beings. So we as parents should give same values, because if your boys are having those values, our girls are going to be safe. So that is where we need to go out when girls are moving out. And I would actually say, just listening to one case in whole of India, do not stop your girls. Because when all girls are on the road, the boys can do nothing. So more population of, right now what happens is there are more boys out and girls are still inside. That is where few girls who are out and want to be out are insecure. Because it's not allowed. Still, I would say there are so many, we are living into metropolitans. So we look at people who are around us. We are into big schools. We are going to big societies where girls are very happy, enjoying, going to London for studies, going to US for studies. But you go to the real world of India. We all know the reality. There are still cases I get of dowry. There are cases I get from people that girls are not able to conceive. So there is so much of taunting coming from every side of society that, why it's been 5 years of marriage. No, are you not planning? No, it's their personal life, man. Let them decide. I mean, who are we all to just judge? So this is still there. And the smaller or the minute localities, if we go, it is there. And we all are into some kind of social work. We know that all this arrives. I am a social worker also with Linus Group. And when we do this mass marriages of girls, they're so happy. They're so happy getting married. So let this happiness be alive for the whole life. Why do we put so much of pressure? Because you're coming to a new family. I know where you're going, that family also adjusts with you. But you're all alone. The person who's all alone coming to a new house, new atmosphere, with new values. Maybe she's been taught something else from her parents' side. Now she's adjusting to yours. So we should give her values also importance. So society is very important. We live into it. But yes, social values, our moral values, human values hold utmost importance. And this definitely comes from women. And women are strong enough to control it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ranju Mehrotra, for giving such a strong thing about the family and the society. My one question to you, then I will move to Mr. Neil Kumar and Amrita. My question, again, the same which I asked to doctor also. When you are talking about the human values, and you have quoted about the Calcutta incident or Nirbhaya Kand, it is happening every 16 minutes in India. It is not a new thing.
Absolutely.
One. Secondly, why it is not something wrong with the human values in India and other countries? Why there is so much difference of the upbringing in other country? Why there is no difference between boy and girl there, which is more over India? Like I told Dr. Rupa, why when they celebrate the sex determination there in abroad, why they are not doing white is banned in India. So when you are talking about human value, and you have mentioned that the mother-in-law favors the son. After all, the mother-in-law is a woman. She is not a man. What you say about this? We are talking, we say the women is everything. Yes, we pray because of everybody's mother is a woman. But the same mother, when she becomes the mother-in-law, her attitude changes in India. I'm talking of India right now because our panel is from India right now. What you say about that, Ms. Ranju Mehrotra?
Sir, why their pattern changes, first of all, because in India, we stay in a joint family. When we get married, we go to their house. Abroad, the difference is normally, the normal cases, that the boy and girl, they move out of their houses and they are together. So the difference ends up because a boy is also coming out of his house, a girl is also coming out of his house, of her house. So they both are leading an individual life now. But here, a girl is going to a boy's house, adjusting with 4 or 5 other people.
So it means you mean to say now we have to change the pattern and we must go for a nuclear family to save, to make the women more safe in India, because the nuclear, according to the joint family, this is the problem that
No, sir. It is not the problem of a joint family. See, value comes in joint families more than an individual family. That is totally there. But my personal thing is when we are into that forum of understanding that, it is a marriage. A boy is also getting married. Not only a girl is getting married. So they have to understand, give them a ear, rather, I would say, give them that space where a boy is also doing exactly the same thing what a girl is doing.
But here, mother always tell the boy in the child when they say, don't cry like a girl.
Absolutely.
Don't you think it should be stopped? Because why they compare, why the weakness is always from the childhood? We have seen, I have also seen, and I have always seen that always the mother says, don't cry like a girl. Don't you think the mindset is to be there?
Yes, this is what I said. We need to actually, from our childhood, a mother has to teach this to both their children. Like I gave the example, I have both genders with me. I'm a mother of a boy also and a girl also. When I am not doing anything different, I had same pains, I had same delivery process. I am sending them to best of schools, what I can afford. I am giving them best values as same. And I very clearly, just as a part of joke here, I don't know whether my family is listening to this live or no, but I have always said, if I have something as a property, it will be equal, whatever said and done. Because for me,
as per law, yes, it is equal. As per law also.
Yes, as per law also, but still there is a generation which still says no. I mean, ghar to bete ka hi hai, business to bete ka hi hai. This is still.
Thank you very much, Ranju Mehrotra, for giving very important, valuable points. Amrita, over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Gohel. Rupa, Ranju, both of you are a calm soul. You nicely explained in your situation how you understood, because you are both in India. Many of the facets are also valid in different parts of the world. Right now, we connected to different countries. Rupa, I want to ask you one thing.
Yes,
Do you feel that in India, and you are in Mathura, which is much different than the cosmopolitan Mumbai and Delhi and Chennai and other places, did you feel in Mathura equality is there, or there is still this male egoism going on?
Thank you, sir, for this question. Because I belong to tier 3, tier C city, and I faced a lot of superstition and lot of inequality myself. So I can quote even my example in this scenario, what to talk about other people. Myself being an educated person, a radiologist here, which is a rare breed for such a city, and that too into a joint family. And then I had to literally, fight my integrity, fight my identity out. But yes, as I said, if you are positive right from the beginning, even the world holds your hand. So that is the positive part of it. Not everybody is bad out there. Number one. Number two, it's not about just the city. It can happen anywhere. and especially India, because of these two issues. One is property issue and one the girl going out to the boys' place. Yes, these holds practically correct in this scenario in India. But this inequality issue, I think, is global. It is nothing to do with a city or a place or a country per se. The human values are universal. They belong to every being on this earth, even animals. So it's not about a place or city like Mathura. I would again insist that everybody should focus on these four human values, and I believe that the world will be a different place, will be a transformed place to live in.
That's a positive thinking, Rupa, which is so good. Apart
Thank
from
you, sir.
being a doctor, you seem to be like wellness, well-being coach as well. And in
Yeah.
Mathura, coming from the land of God, it's
Yes,
so
sir.
wonderful that you've got a faith in it. Let's go to Ranju over there, who is in India too. Ranju, do you feel intimidated by male, or do you ever feel that you are being sidelined, or you feel you can hold your confidence? You sound educated, but there is an aura of you of authority as well, in a spiritual way I'm talking about, and not in a malicious ego way. How do you feel? How do you handle men who are your senior?
Sir, seniors, luckily, I'm in a field where I've been always in a field which was women-oriented or dominated. Being a teacher, normally 80%, when you go to schools, you have female teachers, and men are rarely less. They may be a sports teacher or some art teacher, but mainly it's been a female-oriented field. Then I started with my astrology, numerology. So here, anyways, it's all, I would say, equal balanced. It's like 50-50, I would say. So nothing, domination of men I haven't seen here. But generally, with my clients, I can really feel it. Like I mentioned in my talk, that I can, when there are so many, divorce cases, if I just take for an example. Now, there are cases why divorces are happening more, because the problem is when I ask them, why do you want to go for a divorce? The divorce reason is because I can see, I can see in a chart that there is any problem in the girl with the numbers. There is no problem in the boy with the numbers. So, but yes, I can see a divorce. Then why? Why is this happening, And when you talk to them, the reason comes is she doesn't give time at home. I mean, are you giving that same time at home? You are going to an MNC working for 9 to 10 hours. She's also working in an MNC working for 9 to 10 hours. Then why is she being expected to come and make her child sleep and make her everything, stuff very quickly? Why aren't you being part of it? If she's cooking in the kitchen, you can make the child sleep. Or if she's making that and you are better in cooking, do that stuff. The problem here in our country is still this. A mother, like I said, mother-in-law, I'm not saying every mother-in-law is bad. I have a beautiful mother-in-law. But at the same time, when you have this criteria, I can't use Hindi here. Otherwise, the point is, what they feel is, my son is so tired and he comes back and then now poor my son, he's in the kitchen. Why? Isn't your daughter-in-law tired? And isn't she that poor or bechara feeling? No, that's not there. So this is where now she's an earning woman. So she is ready to run her own house and she has that capability of going out of the house. She's confident. So she's taking a divorce. Initially, the divorce pattern was less. People say divorce were less 15 years back because they were not educated. They did not have the voice of their own. So monetary gain gives you confidence that
So you are saying financial independence matters, doesn't it? And I think for a women, they should strive for financial independence. Then they cannot be bullied with certain stigma in certain countries.
Absolutely, sir. And it's with everybody, not with the only female. If a child of 16 years also starts earning, start taking a voice and a decision themselves. Because that gives confidence.
So Ranju, that's a very good point. And shortly we'll be moving to Clara, Sandy, Damayanti, Sarit, who is Israeli origin here in UK. We're going to get their opinion because they are in a different socio-culture environment. But the whole point of this episode is us men, Rotarian Lal, the surgeon Uncle Goswami, Kit Sharp, who is our Tai Chi and Qigong team, myself, we believe that if we empower women, you empower humanity. So let's chit chat to others, because you are from different country, they are from different country, we are connected to different country. Earlier we were with Mauritius, France, Australia discussing, and Sarit has launched a book. But let's get a man's point of view, completely different over here. Kit Sharp, who is the lead for Tai Chi and Qigong at Healing Our Earth. Global namaste to you, Kit. What are your thoughts on this, that women need some sort of independence, maybe financial independence, and in different culture, they really need to fight and strive to become equal to men? Your thoughts, and over to you, Kit.
Global
Global
namaste
namaste
to
to you.
everybody. This is a very difficult question for a man who was brought up in a man's world, especially in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. I'm not sure if I have any real opinion which will not be controversial. However, I have on occasions been in front of a group of ladies teaching, and I've always been wondering why ladies can do two things at once and we men can only do one. And I put it to some friends and said that when we were born, male and female, we could actually divide our brain into 4 cubes. Okay, I'll let that sink in. When we're born, 4 cubes each. The male actually activates very slowly over the years. So maybe the 4 cubes become 8. What I've learned with 55 years of marriage to my wife is that ladies seem to be able to generate many, many more cubes, and it becomes like a postal box, because I can never understand why I have forgotten something which my wife reminds me of. But she has been out there painting today on our garage, and I have come to learn through many years of experience of working for different people that we are equal. I see that one of the ladies in the recovery today or in space is a lady, and I admire everybody who can be equal in terms of what we're doing. Physical activities may differ, but I love listening to all these ladies. I see my friend from just down the road, Clara here, who I talk to quite often, and she surprises me with the things that she comes up, which I would never have thought of. So thank you very much for letting me say a few words, but I'm really not going to make anything controversial here because I know I will lose.
Well, it's
Thank
not
you.
matter of lose or win, Keith. It's matter of sharing. You were very succinct and open. You've been married to the same woman for 55 years. So kudos to you over there. If you can stay with the same woman for that long, you have believed in equality. And Keith, as you say,
I think it's more down to Liz than it is Keith.
Yeah, so even better. So this is where we believe that women can lead happiness, women can bring more love, they can nurture. They've got these facets. So that's why we generally think women are next to God, because they give us the birth. They make us the machine that can talk and smell and eat and scent and drink and hear and chat and everything. So they're amazing over there. So it's so beautiful. And you mentioned about Clara, who loves, Clara's specialty amongst many others is to transform the energy and transform your life. So Clara will be talking about that. Sandy, who is new to Healing Our Earth, very exciting subject, mandalas of love. So she is going to shower us with love, because if you can spike your body with love, your soul with love, your mind with love, my God, you can bring peace and unity on the earth. So we are going to move around, and Ranju, very well done. You keep on plodding ahead. Don't let men intimidate you. And we don't need a proof to the men to say we need to be equal. I think the men need to learn that, hey, women gave us a birth. The least we can do is respect them for what they've done for us. So Ranju, very well done. And Rupa, being in Mathura, how wonderful that you are in that zone which hasn't got political influence, but it's got the power of that godliness over there. And you still remain calm. Your aura is so good. And it rubs with Rotarian Lal Gohel. Rotarian Lal Gohel is from a same breed. He travels different part of the world. He was here in London just 3 months back and met the healing team. He was in America recently, and he's part of every episode. So, and he loves Mathura. And Mathura may not be Bollywood world and cosmopolitan and financial world, not politics, but Mathura still carries that aura because Mathura was there well before Mumbai and Delhi ever knew what they were. So it's so wonderful. Rotarian Lal Goyal, thank you for always bringing a selection of people in every episode that you do. Don't take my word for it. Amrita always believes in here because she's the one who is coordinated. And kids say that if we can do 4 into 8 cubes, women can do multiple cubes. What he's trying to say, you are multitaskers, and we men confess, agree that yes, you are. And it's got plus point and negative point because when it comes to dressing up, you need to rope so many things. Men just put the jeans and a shirt and off they are ready, waiting for women downstairs. But however, women are the one who wakes the children up, cooks the breakfast, gets them ready, send them to school, come back, cleans the house, goes to work, be the mother-in-law, be the daughter-in-law, be the daughter. I mean, it's amazing. You women are really amazing, and no wonder you are glowing over here. Clara, you and Sarit are the perfect color of the pink glow of the women. Sarit is going to talk about the book. So Ranju, Rupa, and Nasrat, who is left for a moment, Rotarian Lal Goyal, wonderful. Stay around if you can, because we are still going to chit-chat and learn more about human values, but more importantly, why the women need to glow and really multiply in every field, whether it's social, media, politics, medicine. Keith mentioned that there are only 2 people in the space at the moment who are both alive. And guess what? One is woman, one is man. Equality is there. And Keith reminded us there. And they are still waiting there because they won't be coming back to Earth till about February. And hopefully they're okay. And one of them happens to be an Indian origin, and the gentleman is of a white indigenous origin. So it's so beautiful. So let's go to Clara here, who is a friend of Sandy. And Sarit will be coming to you because you have launched an exciting book, and which has again got human values in it. So global namaste to you, Clara, in United Kingdom, and tell us more about how to transform life and hence transform the energy. Over to you, Clara.
Wow, thank you so much, Neil. Really good to be here again on Healing Our Earth. And what a beautiful selection of people who have already been sharing such wisdom. And part of that, I was kind of really feeling into the power of the Indian family and how much support you just have. It's inbuilt into your whole culture and your system. And I was kind of yearning for some of that, if I'm honest. It's like, because the family that I was brought up in was quite different. And I know this is something that Sandy is going to be speaking. Hopefully I will invite her to speak into as well, because when you're in a family that isn't quite as supportive as maybe you would like it to be, and don't get me wrong, I was, they did the best they could. And I think that's where the human value of forgiveness comes in, where you're like, my parents did their best and I love them dearly, but the kind of person I am could have done with a little bit more of being seen, being listened to, being held, being, maybe guided in a way that would have been more helpful. But that's just my experience. We're all different. And I just remember being like hugely questioning. I don't know, I just seemed to have this inner compass of like, that could sort of smell when somebody was saying something, but the energy wasn't right. It was like, hang on a minute. And as a child, to be asking those sort of questions, it was like I had to go and sit on the naughty step. And it was very confusing for me. Where could I go? Where could I go to be heard? Which adult could I go to? I mean, thankfully, I had a special auntie, dear Auntie Joan, who actually lived in London, and I was down in the south of the UK. But I knew there was someone that I could speak to, and she became such a beautiful mentor for me as I was growing up later on. So I think you find your family members that you resonate with. And so it's been really important for me to be able to nurture my own values through what I see and what I feel. And that truth, that integrity, that honesty piece is so key for me. Like all of you, even if when you're speaking your truth, it's not going to be necessarily easy, you still need to be able to do it somehow. And I used to journal a lot and write a lot in diaries and things because it needed to come out of me. I was working out what this world was, and it just wasn't making sense in some ways. It's like, why didn't people care for each other more? We all share the same earth, we all share the same air, the same water. It was like a no-brainer for me, and yet I felt like I was on my own with these thoughts. So I think as I've grown up and found my soul tribe with my friends and the family members that maybe not my immediate family, it's been like, I can choose the people that can help nurture me, and I've taken that back into my family, and now I have the best relationship with my mother that I could ever have had. And honestly, if I can't believe I'm always saying this, but it's almost turned around. I've transformed the energy of feeling it wasn't right into feeling she's doing the best she can, and I love her for that. And we kind of did a whole process around the transforming of that, because as you transform your energy, it ripples out into your other relationships. So you're doing it on behalf of anyone you're meeting, touching. Really, you're rippling your chi, your prana, your natural vitality into the world around you. And that's kind of been fascinating for me to watch and participate into the best of my ability. And I don't always get it right. Sometimes I get in a bad mood and it's like, what do I need? Do I need some sleep? Do I need water? Do I need, to talk to a good friend? But always coming back to this compass of my heart, my heart never lies to me. It maybe will bring up some difficult truths, but it will guide me well. And I feel, because I work with traditional Chinese medicine from the Qigong perspective, and that the heart center, when it's open and free and resourced and connected to base chakra and the earth, is able to receive the soul in, so the soul can land, the Shen can land in the heart. And that's been my truth guide. You're talking about human values, and I was thinking about, so really are our human values actually an expression of what our soul values are, that we're bringing our soul purpose through into the human domain and making it real, making it manifest. And that for me is quite exciting. So, and I'd love to talk to
So Clara, that's so exciting. And I loved your opening statement. You were multicultural. You said you love certain Indian close-knit family as to how they do. So we'll ask Damayanti in a while, because she has got that experience of that, what she will share. And then maybe we will ask Surgeon's uncle as well. And before we do that, Rupa actually mentioned, because Rupa is from Mathura, which is a part of India, where Lord Krishna, which is something that almost every Hindu Indian follows, was born into. And Rupa is from there, which is not a political part of India, neither is Bollywood part of India, nor is the financial part of India. And she admitted that she doesn't feel intimidated by male, but she agrees that there is work to be done. And Lord Krishna was giving equality to Radha, one of the lovers that he had, and he was being very neutral. In fact, he gave Radha, who is a female, more priority than himself. And maybe Rupa will come and talk more about it, because she's from Mathura, the land where Krishna was born. But before that, let's go to exciting Sandy.
Yeah,
You will know Sandy very well.
Yeah, may I introduce her?
Yes,
I'd love to do that.
Say, you're a friend with Sandy, so you know more about Sandy. The smiling Sandy, actually, you can see the beautiful rose. I think I'm looking at the back. Yes, Sandy, it looks beautiful, and you got that That fuchsia pink color is so beautiful. So Clara, introduce Sandy to us and let her bring some feminine touch of human values and what she does as well. So over to you, Clara.
Thank you, thank you. Absolutely, I will. And there's so much more. It's a very juicy topic here, and it's something that Sandy and I speak about behind the scenes, the role of women and of being a mother. We are both mothers, and how we have transformed the energy from our own mothering into how we've mothered our children. And so it moves on. But let me introduce the gorgeous Sandy Humby. Let me put my spectacles on so I get this really right. Sandy is a multifaceted energy alchemist and creative channel for the Rose Alchemy Rose Oracle for the Heart, which was first published in 2014, second edition 2019. This travels all around the world. She's an international rose rippler. That's why they call you a rosy rippler. But 10 years on now, she's birthing. What's come through her is the wisdom of the rose dragons. So this is very connected to the land that we both live on, actually. They bring their own powerful elemental and celestial words of wisdom to assist us in our shift of consciousness into a new earth. But that's not where she started. She's not always been doing the rose work, although they've been part of her original, where she used to be a wedding dress designer, and she would find that the rose would come up in a lot of that. It would represent the love for people. Anyway, big topic. Oh, hello. What's Neil up there? Oh, yes, beautiful. Thank you. There we go. Neil is just sharing Sandy's.
And Clara, Clara, you were mentioning, if you look at the early part of Sandy, she's still young. She only looks 21, but she started designing wedding gowns, and that's not all. She went into events, and suddenly she came out with this holistic stuff, which you are about to tell us more. And here's her website for those who wants to know more about it. Sandy, the smiling Sandy there. So I thought I would just slip it in there and give her a plug. And over to you, Clara.
Thank you. So there was the wedding dresses, and now what's come through with all her rosy work, and this is like her life's work, isn't it, Sandy? You've really reached the pinnacle of being the visionary founder of the mandalas of love. And this is the channel for a new way of vibrational healing with the power of her beautiful roses through the 9 magical rose mandalas of love. So she's able to identify and transmute residual trauma held in hearts, homes, and the earth, which is why it's so brilliant she's here on Healing Our Earth, to weave the ancient wisdom that is offered with masterful techniques to bring clarity and healing for her clients where needed, and help release trauma within the soul sanctuaries that we call home, and on the mantle of Mother Earth, all of which can continue to negatively affect our lives on so many levels. So she's alchemizing the energy wherever she goes, pretty much. But let me hand over now to the brilliant Sandy Humby. Welcome into Healing Our Earth, my love. Welcome.
Oh, bless you, Clara. Yes, hello everybody. What can you say with that sort of introduction? It's been fascinating listening to what's been shared here, and this whole piece of human values. What's sort of come to mind for me is it's taken me back in listening to the others that have spoken around those early days when I was making wedding dresses. I was a couture wedding dress designer. I worked with silk and antique French textile, obviously a lot of Indian silks. For me, it was about listening. It was listening to the story as I interpreted the dreams of the woman that had walked through my door. I was curious what made this woman who she was, and what were the values that had been brought to her through her life this far, and how had they influenced what I saw was the frequency of the heart, which is our attractor factor. Our conscious and unconscious patterning is what calls us, and it calls the people and the experiences and the opportunities into our lives, because the universe in its wisdom will bring us resonance, into a dance with. So my question to these women that came through my door was, how did you meet your beloved? How did you meet this amazing person that you're going to journey with? And everybody had a story. everybody had a different story about it. Was happenstance, or a friend had suggested that I joined this, that, or the other, or I was at a certain place. And so when we start to see, you know, what the story was behind that, I'd often get to meet Mum, who would come along for the fittings, and I'd see whose wedding it was. Was it Mum's wedding or was it the girl's wedding? I'd get to meet the sisters. Who was the favoured child? I'd often, because I did very big, prestigious weddings, I'd end up going to these very big houses to dress the bride and the family in the morning of the wedding. And I'd get to meet Dad. So I could see what the dynamic was between father and daughter, and how had that influenced the girl's choice of partner. It was fascinating because it opened up a whole realm of sight of who is this, nature or nurture, that creates who we are in the world, and how we navigate our way, and how we find the pieces that light us up. You know, how authentic are we? How true are we to what we know is inside, or are we still conditioned by our parents, our ancestry, or the collective? And so this really set me off on an exploration of a deeper aspect of our journey through life. And I think for women in the West in particular, and it's such a different experience of our culture and our parenting, our sense of our familial bonding, that actually for many of us as women in the West, in the 80s and 90s, we come out of the 60s and the 70s and the flower power and the first wave of a sort of a spiritual awakening. But actually, we then moved into something that was very much about Shirley Conran and Superwoman, and you can have it all. You don't have to be a stay-at-home mother. I can drink as much as you, I can have as much sex as you, and I can get as far as you in the boardroom. And here was the Armani suits and the power dressing, and women, I feel, really lost their real sense of their heart, the goddess, the homemaker, the woman who was at one with the uniqueness of who she was and what she brought, that was actually in equality, in balance, in weave with the masculine. So what I saw was that there was a shift in the power centers of the feminine. The power centers in the feminine for me are heart, solar plexus. She's a warrior woman. She protects her children. She stands up for her family. She works in her community. There's a nurturing and a nourishing aspect to the feminine that is absolutely at the core of who she is. The masculine power centers are the analysis and the decision making and that base chakra energy, that physical energy for life. So it's a diverse energy, as opposed to this sense of the solar plexus and her intrinsic intuitive nature. So my journey beyond making the wedding frocks, because I closed this is between the 80s and the 90s, I closed my last shop in 2000. And that coincided with the end of my marriage. It was really fascinating how the two seemed to come in together. And that sent me out on a deeper dive about what life really is, and what are the gifts that we all bring. How do we explore that deeper aspect of self? And that took me on to sort of to explore the work of Dr. Gabor Mate, and his talks about the primary need of attachment to, you know, we need to be attached to at least one, ideally both of our parents, to develop an authentic sense of self. So this again comes back to this place of human values, family qualities of nurturing and nourishing the individual nature of each and every one of us, to be able to find an authenticity in self and be appreciated and accepted for that truth of who we are, that enables us to create an authentic and wholesome journey out into the world. And of course, for many of us, we didn't have that. It's like Clara was saying, I had a very dysfunctional birth family. It was my grandmother that made any sense to my being here on planet Earth. She was my only experience of unconditional love. You know, so many of us had this didn't have this really sound sense of parenting that, you know, I'm hearing in the beautiful women that have spoken about that sense of family and bonding in India. This was not what I experienced in the UK in the 60s. This was, you know, a very dry place to be when it came to nurturing or anything that was going to nourish my soul in its incarnational growth. So for me, the journey has been about finding an essence of beauty in the world, being able to connect with nature, being able to walk a path of beauty, truth, and love, regardless of what the original coding was that I incarnated into experience. And that took me out on an absolutely fascinating journey of exploring a deeper sense of our relationship to one another, but also our relationship to life. And at one point on into working with the energy of homes and spaces and that sense of nurturing sanctuary. So the journey then took me on, as Clara has said, about my investigation and my connection with roses. The women actually all wanted roses on their wedding dresses. And my journey with the roses is another aspect to my journey. But at this current time, what I'm looking at is this mandala of love, this energy of the heart, and the fact that we are actually mandalas of love, and our families are mandalas of love. And they are mandalas of love that often we have the greatest learning from our family members. They're the deepest dive, often not comfortable. I'm thinking of the people that go home for the holidays, Christmas, and they've, you know, spent time away, and they go in and they fall into exactly the same role that they had in their childhood, in their dynamic in the family. But I'm also finding that as we develop spiritually, as we deepen our connection to God, to Source, to Great Spirit, what in fact we attract to us from the attractor factor of the heart, the rose heart, we attract in a family of frequency. So we work and we mature and we develop and we heal through perhaps the original wounding of the family of birth, the mandala of the family of birth.
Sandy,
yeah,
I think we are coming to that spiritual holistic time now. So shortly after listening to Sarit, let's do a mini session and bring the trance and happiness and the tranquility as your voice started spreading that aura of holisticness. Clara, don't you agree?
Totally.
Perfect time.
Beautiful.
Yes. And we don't want to finish this over here. And both of you express affinity to the Indian close-knit families as to how they spend time and everything. So Damayanti would be a good person to bring her in at the moment over here. Damayanti, you've been listening to Clara and Sandy, and a global namaste to you. What would you like to add on their affinity of the Indian close-knit structure? And it's nice that we are openly talking. And how do you feel we can integrate to bring the better human values? Over to you, Damayanti, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste to all, and thank you, Lisa, for bringing me to this platform, because it's great to listen and know what everybody's life journey has been and things like that. And there was a point where, you know, people saying to me, write a book on your life, write a book on your life. And maybe, you know, this shows that, you know, maybe I need to do that. So going back to my origins, my grandparents from India, my parents from Kenya, and now I'm in UK in London. And I'll just briefly just say something about my personal life so everybody knows, you know, where I come from. And I'm the eldest of 8 children, so I've got 7 siblings. And having been the eldest, I found that I was helping my mother at that time, bringing up my siblings and nurturing them and, you know, supporting them in, you know, going to school and, you know, coming home, doing homework and feeding them and all that. So it started, now I'm 77, so it started 75 years ago, I would say. And so that nurturing, you know, value started at that point. And sometimes I think, so did I live my life at that point? But I don't need to think that anymore because of the experience I've had in this life is great. And now that, like we were saying, that family values with me, like you can imagine, 8, I'm the eldest, so I've got 7 siblings, yeah. So nieces, nephews, their children, there is about nearly, from only my side of family, I'm not talking about my husband's side of family, there's more than 50 people. And I would say that my family, the 50 plus families, are multicultural family. So we're not stuck to like just getting married to Indian origins to Indian. No, it's a multicultural family. So I've learned a lot from that. And having come to this country to do nursing, which I did when I was only 18, no one around here to support me or help me or anything. 1965 I'm going back to. And so I was independent. Well, I had to become independent, looking after myself. With friends' support and help, I did that. So with NHS, National Health Service, I've been working for my 47 years in this country. And 13 of those years was at Macmillan Cancer Support. So working with cancer patients and raising awareness on cancer. So I've been around so much in this country, and I do visit Kenya and India, so I get to see what's happening out there as well. So it's not like only here. And so throughout my life, I've done loads of other courses, like stress management, stress-free living, positive thinking, and all that. But one point I want to sort of say here is, having worked with cancer survivors, cancer patients, carers, which was the last 13 years before I retired, I've learned a lot because I was like listening to all these people who've been through the cancer journey. Before that, obviously, other health issues, but the cancer journey was the last part of my working life. And what I'd learned was, I listened to just now about women going to work, coming home, and looking after children and cooking and cleaning and all that. But what I found when I was listening to these women, and I'm talking about nearly 15 years ago now, and these women were saying the same things, that yes, they have to multitask, go to work, come home, and and throughout all the listening that I did, I found quite a few women divorced the husbands when they were diagnosed with cancer because they could not carry on anymore, because they had to do everything, and now they wanted to be independent and do whatever they needed to do and bring children, even if it was going to be difficult, very difficult. They were doing that, and they said, I don't know how long I've got my life, and I need to live it up now, looking up. And so I got that from that side of it, and then from that I moved on to setting up a support groups with cancer patients so they could talk to each other, and there are quite a few support groups around now as well, and I try to keep in touch with 2 or 3 because you can't be everywhere altogether. But going through what I've listened and learned from the community out there, the patients that I've worked with, and the family that I've got, there's so much that I've learned. And again, going back to human values, what we're talking about, I've learned, it's always been different age groups where you learn different things from everyone, all the values different. And going back now to my own personal life as well, I've got a son and daughter, and I've got 3 grandchildren, teenage grandchildren. And funny enough, 2 of the girls, my son's daughter and my daughter's daughter, have gone back to uni. Now, having come at the age of 18 to this country, my parents were fighting to send me here. So their values was, no, 18-year-old, you can't let her do this, you can't let her do that, you can't send her to UK on her own, maybe to become a doctor but not a nurse. That was the thing in those days. But they fought the community because community were saying, no, you can't do that. And then my life changed a little when I did a runaway marriage to this Indian guy, but I could not marry Indian guy from a different community. So again, my parents had to listen to all that from the community. But I survived marriage life for over 55 years, and husband recently, 5 years ago, passed away. But
so Damayanti, very interesting. We are going to come back to the point that you mentioned. And that point which you mentioned was that some people, if they are identified as cancer or something, have to live separate lives. Now, that is going to be a very good point. So stay around. We're going to come back on that point because that's very important to do with the GLOWomen, and we'll be with you. Let's move to Serene, who is going to talk about her book, which is very perfect because it's gratitude's gold mine. And that's where human values come as well. So Serene, over the next 5-10 minutes, if you could tell us about your book and what inspired you, then we will go with a little session with Sandy. Then we will touch the subject Damayanti has brought in her story. How do women live either when they are divorced or widowed or when they become separate? How do they manage themselves? Because this is about GLOWomen. So Sarit, over to you for next 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Neil. Global namaste, everybody. It's really nice to be with you and to hear all this nourishing wisdom and feel the beautiful energy as always. So I've written a book called Gratitude Gold Mine, and it's a kind of blend of life writing and self-help. I'm hoping that the 15-year relationship I've been cultivating with gratitude will help other people to nourish their well-being, their spiritual journey, and to attract more positive experiences into their lives. I mean, it came as I was breaking out of a 15+ year depression. I'm not saying that gratitude broke me out of it, but it helped me to maintain my well-being after I broke out. It helped to cushion a lot of the bumps in the road. But today, just to link it to the human values side of things. So for me, gratitude is about recognizing that we're all on the same team. You know, we're all on the same team here. And in order to appreciate that everybody's always doing their best, regardless of what actually happens, if you thank somebody and appreciate them, you really nourish them and you help them to fulfill some of their higher needs. I don't know if people here are familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the pyramid, where you've got, you know, at the very bottom, your air, food, shelter, water, and it goes up, you know, to self-esteem, friendship, recognition, and at the very, very top, you've got self-actualization, you know, fulfilling your potential. So with the recognition part of that, when you thank someone, you're fulfilling a need for them, you are nourishing them, you're empowering them to go up and to fulfill more of their potential. You're affirming to them that you see them and you feel what they're doing and you appreciate them. And that was the main thing I wanted to bring to the table today about gratitude being a human value. But on top of that, I would love us to remember, especially because we are in Healing Our Earth, that we're on the team of Mother Earth as well. And as such, we need to appreciate her and we need to work with her and we need to try our best not to waste resources. I know, you know, I'm sure a lot of you guys are already on this, but those of us who are privileged to be in developed countries, you know, I think if we can work more with Mother Earth and appreciate how much of her providence is just there for us every day. You know, if we need water, which we need water all the time, you go to the tap, you turn it on, and there it is. It's clean. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to walk for miles. You don't have to carry a heavy container. It's just there. So the aspect of gratitude as a human value with relation to the earth, I really feel, is about becoming more aware of how much Mother Earth does for us and gives us just naturally. That's just her thing. She loves us in infinite ways. So I see, you know, water is her loving us, the sun is her loving us. I know it's from the sun, so that's the sun loving us, but the way we're positioned and the way that the earth turns and the grass and the trees and the fruit and the, you know, all of that is Mother Earth loving us. And if we can awaken to that and appreciate it every day. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys already practice gratitude, especially when it comes to food. And also just try our best not to waste. Like I've now got in the habit of like when I wash my hands, I try to catch it in a bowl and I use it for flushing the toilet, for example, if I can. I know that might sound a bit odd, but it just makes me feel like I'm not taking for granted, you know, that I have it everywhere. It's coming out of taps, it's coming out of the bath, it's flushing toilet, it's used for washing dishes, I can clean myself with it. So just all of these things, I feel that if everybody just, especially those of us who are fortunate enough to be in developed countries, if we can all connect more with that feeling of providence, the things that are coming to us all the time. I know this world can just, we can support Mother Earth in uplifting herself. She's already doing it. She's already doing it. And I know she's very clever and intelligent. She's sort of throwing off a lot of the old karma, which is extremely painful for all of us, but she is doing that. And if we can just continue to be on her team and appreciate being on her team and connect together as Team Humanity, which is what you guys do, Healing Our Earth. One of the things I love about you is that the people you attract and you bring us all together around the same values, and I love that. So that's partly what the book is about, but I hope that it can help people to awaken to what is going right for them and individually, because it's different for everybody, and I wouldn't dream of saying to somebody, you should feel grateful. It's almost like having a bridge to kindness. Like if you're struggling to connect with somebody, if you can see, and this is especially if you're, I don't know, maybe out somewhere, and maybe waiters or waitresses, you can sense that they're having a difficult day. If you can go into gratitude, I'm so grateful to be out here, then that actually, I found, really translates into kindness. Because when you're grateful for just being where you are, you don't want to complain about anything. You don't want to make it more difficult for people. You just want to be like, oh, thank you for serving me. I'm really grateful to be here. And I tell you, the energy changes when you're like that to people. It really does.
Sir, just like Clara, Amrita, Damayanti, Sandy, you were so passionate and so calm and serene. And what did you bring? You brought water. Now, water is the best medicine on the earth. You are tired, drink water. If you are okay, don't take paracetamol, Panadol, or any medicine. If you got a headache, drink water. If you are hungry and you think you are hungry, drink water. You may be thirsty, drink water. You feel dizzy, sit down and ask for somebody to give you water. Water is the best medicine. And 500 years back, we didn't have these medicines. So people used to breathe fresh oxygen, drink water, spend time with family and neighbors. So we didn't have this mean kind of ailments that we have now. So you brought water, which is very beautiful. But Sarin, you have also got an event coming soon for those people who are in London. Maybe let's tell them more about it. And again, this is to do with this creative gratitude workshop. Tell us a bit more about it.
Oh, Neil, you are good, because I didn't even mention this to you. You are all over it.
Well, our job is to promote people, enhance people, make them feel good. That's what healing our earth is. We call ourselves River Ganga, which is a very holistic and a very beautiful river in India where people take a deep and they feel good. And healing our earth is a doorless, keyless, windowless house where everybody is welcome to share love. So idea is to promote each other. And this looks beautiful because you are with our friend who is also, she is part of Healing Our Earth. And both of you sing so well. So tell us a bit more about it. And for those who are listening, go to Eventbrite, just punch in Sarit Gaffan Creative. You can just see Creative Gratitude and you will see it appearing. So tell us a bit more about it.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, so you probably saw the lovely lady in the picture. Her name is Jerry O'Regan. She's my dear friend and singing partner. So Jerry and I wrote a song about gratitude, and we'll be performing it at the event. But I'll be talking a little bit about the book in detail, and we'll be playing some gratitude games. So one of my
Is it going to be interactive?
Oh, yeah. I'm not really into, just talking at people, although I realized for the past 7 minutes or so, I probably just did exactly that.
And Sarit, I know that you like singing with Jerry, who is not here. She was supposed to be if she was available, but unfortunately she is not. Can you hum a line or two of what is going to be happening over there so we can all mesmerize with that? And then Sandy is going to have love mandalas, and Clara is going to share a bit of transformation, and Amrita is going to bring her aura from India. So just few lines of your wonderful songs.
Okay, why don't I sing the chorus of the song?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I apologise to Jerry for singing this without her, but she normally understands, bless her. Okay, so here it goes. Your flow could be someone's ceiling. Your pain could be their healing. Your low could be someone's high. All we need is to unite and make it right. Yeah, so it's about thinking about something that you feel you're struggling with. So, for example, if you're struggling with your Wi-Fi and you're getting frustrated about it, it's natural. It's natural for us. We've come to live at this level where everything's provided for us. So if something goes a bit wobbly, it's natural to feel frustrated with it. But your floor could be someone's ceiling. So your spotty Wi-Fi, your wobbly Wi-Fi could be something that someone else only aspires to have that problem, because they don't have Wi-Fi, they don't have a home, they don't have any of that. So that's what your floor could be someone's ceiling is about. And make it right is about, if we can appreciate more of these and then we fill ourselves up with everything that's going right, then we come to our fellow woman and man overflowing with love, and that's how we make it right. We're able to give more of ourselves. Yes, so that's the song.
Sarit is so beautiful. We wish you all the best. She had put up a link. People had a free chance to grab the book. Maybe if she has got a link, she will share with people again on a WhatsApp group with Amrita, who can put it out to several groups. Sarit, we wish you all the best. You're a wonderful soul. And stay around for a moment. Earlier, you were not feeling well. Do you feel a bit better now that you are at Healing Hour?
I definitely feel better, but I will probably switch my camera off and relax on my meditation couch to receive from Clara and Sandy.
You will get some vibes from Sandy in a moment. So stay around, Sarit. Let's enjoy with more. Amrita, shall we tell people before Sandy goes into a mini 5-minute trance, she will bring us into the Love Mandela zone, where we can all experience what she was. She started being so spiritually enhanced a moment. So we will want that. And then maybe Damayanti can share for 2-3 minutes about the journey how to live alone. And Clara can bring a bit of transforming energy, and our spinal surgeon can see if his spine has improved by listening to women. What do you think, Amrita?
Yeah, definitely.
So let's tell people about our future episodes, and here it goes. And this is what we do at Healing Hour. Every Sunday, we share with people some sort of topics that help people. So Amrita, what is lined up for next Sunday?
Okay, so thank you, Neil Kumar. Next Sunday, we are having our organ donation episode, which is exclusively by Rotary Club and South Asian Health Action on 22nd of September 2024. So don't forget to watch on that. Yes, as we enter into a very auspicious month in Hindu calendar and Indian calendar, we have Navratri special, which is 9 nights special. So you can bring your outfit, you can have your dancing and singing and chanting, which will be broadcasted on 29th of September 2024 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. And the very next, with the festivities, let's have some yummy cuisines For that, we have brought for you vegan and vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically, which will be broadcasted on 6th of October from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. And yes, the health which can be restored through Ayurveda, as we will be also witnessing Ayurveda Day. So in celebration of that, Ayurveda for Healthy Aging, which is the theme of our 13th October episode, Ayurveda Special. So don't forget and don't miss this opportunity.
So Amrita, let's go to smiling, beaming Sandy.
Yes.
Sandy's journey began from completely different to what she is now, absolutely different. Few decades back, she had no idea what she was going to be. And she became a very good event organizer. She started planning, doing bridal dresses. In the process, she understood venues, the bride, the way the things are being conducted. And today she is holistic. She has got a lot of aura about her. And like Clara's friend, and Clara is similar because she helps people transform energy and hence transform life. So it's so beautiful. Let's go with a mini session from Sandy with a soothing voice. Then we will have comment from Clara, and then we'll go to our spinal surgeon. He has been sitting straight. You can see he stays straight on the chair because he teaches people to sit straight while you're on the screen. And we will have his opinion. He's been there from the start. He has given various opinions throughout the course. And then we'll even ask Damayanti to partake with a point, which was very important, that people are separating quite more now than before. So how do women manage, which is where you women will give us clue. So Sandy, over to you. Bring your aura and energy to healing our earth.
I'm not too sure exactly what you're suggesting. I offer, but what I sense to do is to pull a rose from my rose oracle for the heart and just lead a little breath into expanding the heart and filling the energy field so that we are a mandala of love. Not only is the group, everyone that's on the call is a mandala of love. And actually, we're like a bouquet of roses. Every rose in a bouquet is slightly different. Even if we bought a bouquet from the supermarket, each rose, even in a commercial bouquet, has got a slightly different fingerprint. And sometimes we can buy a bouquet of roses that's multicolored. And actually, it is all of the colors in the bouquet that make for the beauty and make for the energy of the bouquet. So I was thinking that we could see ourselves as a group, as a mandala of love. And also that when we arrive in the heart, each one at a time, what we're doing is we're raising the frequency of the earth. We are helping Mother Earth hold a high frequency, and also for the understanding that these vessels, these bodies, are of the earth. We are made up of earth, air, fire, and water, and ether, in the same proportions that Mother Earth is herself. And this body will arise from the earth and return to the earth. And it is just our most beautiful gift to be in. So this is the rose that's come forward in the in just pulling a rose from my oracle deck. And these are all my own photographs. So I have photographed roses around the world and then listened to their whispered messages and then created an oracle that can inspire and can uplift the soul and transform. So this rose is just full of light. She actually works on the solar plexus, but she's asking us to really remember that we are here to walk in the light as possible, and that in the Egyptian pantheon, Anubis weighs the heart against a feather at the end of the journey. And we are being asked to have hearts as light as feathers. So just by holding this image of this rose and allowing yourself to just bring your attention to the breath and feel the energy of the breath coming in and out of your body, in and out of your lungs. And perhaps seeing that breath as luminous white light. Breathing in luminous white light and feeling with each breath that your lungs are filling with luminous white light. And you may get to sense that your heart is also filling with luminous white light. So it's becoming a sphere of luminous white light that has the flavor of this beautiful light-filled rose within it. And then I invite you to just see if you can get a sense of your heartbeat. And if you can imagine just like a pebble being dropped in a pond with ripple waves going out 360 degrees, so with every beat of your heart, there is a ripple wave of this luminous rosy heart light that is moving out 360 degrees through your body. And that ripple wave is kissing every cell in your body awake and filling it with luminous white rosy heart light. And it's reminding it of its original blueprint for optimum health, vitality, and happiness. Every beat sending another ripple wave out through your body. And if you've got anywhere in your body that is holding any discomfort, any tension, send a laser beam of your beautiful luminous heart light to that particular place in your body. And just feel it oscillating very gently, easing and unlocking any tension, discomfort, and allowing a softness and an ease. Every beat sending out another ripple wave, 360 degrees through your body, kissing every cell awake. And then I just invite you to become aware of the weight of your body, sitting on the chair, and how the chair supports your body. And through your soles of your feet, connecting down into Mother Earth. And then when you're ready, just open your eyes with a big, big smile. A little blast of a rosy mandala.
Yes. So beautiful. Thank you, Sandy.
And that was exactly what was prescribed, Sandy. That's what we wanted.
Thank you.
So that together we can experience the journey, your voice bringing the calmness and serenity. Lata was deeply engrossed in it, as was Clara. Damayanti was zooming into it as well. And maybe our spinal surgeon was also wondering whether he will, next time he performs a surgery, he can have you live on the screen as well, and you could be talking to people. Dr. Ankul, what did you think of that? And Sarit also enjoyed. She's off the screen. She just has messaged. So she was also in tune for it. And this is what we love at Healing Our Earth. Just suddenly we breath into this trance. Together we become family. We get to know each other. So Sandy, before Dr. Ankul speaks, this is your first experience at Healing Our Earth. How
It
have you
is.
found it? Do you feel good? Do you feel good being part of this a group?
It you know, it is really beautiful energy, really beautiful group.
And just to tell you, this
Thank
is
you.
where only the facilitators and the team are allowed, because the people are actually connected to us on the website, YouTube, Facebook, on the X, Instagram, and they actually connect from different part of the world. And those who are sleeping right now, which is Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, those kind of countries, they watch the recording the following day. So it serves the community at large with various points. Look at the cat is also happy. Look, she wants to come. Is it a he? Is it a tomcat or is it?
This is Melody. She's a very special cat that actually Sandy was part of the story of Melody coming to live with me. And she's clearly wanting to be part of this Healing Our Earth because she appeared when we first came on. And here she is again. So she's giving us her pussycat blessings and all animals. Yeah.
When the pet owners are sitting and listening to inanimate object, which is what computers are, and if the cat comes closer to you, they are not disturbed, they're actually enjoying. Because if they're disturbed, their noise is a bit different. They don't, they seek attention and they're basically telling you, hello, why are you paying attention there? I'm here as well. So this cat is so much at peace, and so it works for us. Our Sharon is there live. Sharon, maybe if you are a bit lopsided, Sharon, if you can hear us, if you could just adjust your screen. Amrita, you were there as well, behind the screen and enjoying. What was your thought going on when Sandy was expressing her love for us?
Wonderful. In fact, it was so soothing, and moreover, the expression of an idea about just a simple flower whom we see every day in and around as a gesture of love, which is shared every time, which is on the pictures now and then, has so many things to tell us. This very thought of it is very important, I think. It's so lovely. So, Sandy, that's really beautiful. And I learned from this, it is so important to just give attention to little things around us, which may have got very big meaning behind everything. So thanks for sharing that. And the moment I see my roses in the garden in the morning, I've got a beautiful garden of a lot of roses. So that will always remind me of you. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our Sharon is shortly going to join us at a conference there in America. Let's take Ankul's point and then we go to Damayanti and Lata as well. Ankul, you are attentively listening to everybody.
I have to go. I'm on the wellness panel in like 2 minutes, but here I am at the energy fair in Stone.
And we can't see you, Sharon, at the
I'm
moment.
on the wellness panel. We're going to.
Thank you.
Sharon, your signal is cutting off. We can't see you. You've actually jammed our signal as well. So let's see if we can close that. We are trying to. So she's trying to connect to us from USA. She's at the conference over there, which is useful. Let's just see if we can see her. We'll try to find her. And meanwhile, Ankul, yes, your comment so far, Ankul.
Oh my God, there is. Thank you very much. First of all, that those prayers were fantastic from Sandy. I would strongly recommend that you just read a book called Deconstructing European Enlightenment by Jayant Kala. He talks not only about various chakras, but also it says that where you say in the terms of the various nadis can go beyond a certain point. One of the reasons why in the Western world there's a lot of conflicts and reasons for arguments is actually we are stuck to the abdominal level, the umbilicus. You have to go at least 3 levels above to be able to get the ultimate feeling of well-being. So it is worth reading that particular book. It is a book called it is Deconstructing European Enlightenment. It is a way the Western world is analyzed by the chakra system. and where the things have gone haywire, by Jayant Kala.
Thank you.
He's in USA, by the way. He's one of the Americans, but written very nicely.
Thank you.
Number 2 was come the Navratri. You've got 9 facets of Indian woman, not Indian, sorry, Indian. I'm sorry, womanhood. So 9 facets of womanhood, and it's really worth reading the concept of the Navratri and what are the various facets. I'll not go into those bits, but talking about what Dr. Agarwal was saying, there are 2 things that I was wanting to talk about. The what you call functional MRI scan, which have been done for the brains, particularly for women, and comparing that with men, the hippocampal gyrus, the various kind of the interconnectivity of the cells, particularly neurons in different parts of the brain, do have a very different type of activity action in men versus the women. And in that particular thing, you can see that amount of what I should say, biological things of trying to be protective for the humankind, for life as such, has got very enormous lot of connectivities there. I gave a long time ago, possibly a lecture on that issue in our metaphysical society. That is another point. Another point I wanted to say was, again, I had the privilege, possibly advantage, because I've done my master's in law as well. So in that, what you call medical law, we had to study a lot about, analyze a lot many things about ethics, morality, and things like that. And one amongst them, I ultimately came to analyze very, very clearly the concept of law vis-a-vis the religions and vis-a-vis what is universal law. So universal law, I would always talk in terms of consciousness and the Vedantic. One of the things I must confess, I must tell you ahead of time, there's no word as scary for me as religion. I really get scared of this word called religion, because the good part of coming from Indian traditional system is we don't consider Hinduism or the Sanatan system as a religion. It is a concept of here, those people who have got no belief in anything also is also part of the same system. So the realities of consciousness and energy. And one of the major reason is when I was studying my law, one of the first thing I realized was that all religions are not the same. They have got completely different basis and understanding and constructions. And therefore, there are many of the conflicts in common. For example, when it comes to foster mothering, when it comes to surrogate mothering, when it comes to abortion, they take the life and human life very, very differently. So therefore, when you take a mother relationship to from one religion versus a mother from other religion, we and medicine have to take very careful decisions as to what is the right thing to do. And we sometimes have to take legal action. That's where guys like me come in. So they say, what do you think should be done? She's saying that she cannot do this. What can we do about it? Then we have to take our various legal, coverings and talk to lawyers and sort things out. So please note, things are not as simple as might look. But the reality is that humankind, the women, have got a huge amount of power. And if you can connect you to the super consciousness level as it comes to various Nadi system, it is really worth knowing that. So I can go on forever, but the reality is, when it comes to guys like me who have worked in the military services, where the first thing we are told, all religions and previous taboos to be thrown outside the gate first. Then you come in, your nation comes first, humanity comes first, and we are possibly the most ethical people in terms of figuring out what is right and wrong. And sometime in the field, when we used to be shot at, we were the targets by some people. We often used to wonder, what has gone wrong with this chap? He's an Indian and is trying to shoot me as an Indian, and he says, you go away. I said, that's weird. I mean, I'm here in my country. Why is somebody trying to shoot me? And I come across many of the militarist people who are here in Ireland, Northern Ireland, or the people who are here in England. And I see them completely battered with lots of shrapnels, and I'm still treating them. Then you start wondering, what has gone wrong with these conflicts? So conflicts have been a major cause of, major part of my studies. So all said and done, I think the instant we are able to transcend these differences and recognize the commonality of our life, which only mother can give us, I think that would be a great, great achievement. And I think people like Sandy and Clara will do a huge amount of good work. And so far as the, incidents of assault on women and things, that, let me put it like this. In India, the rates of these things is 2.3, and UK it is 2.1 after convictions.
So it's everywhere. And example, you mentioned mother, which is beautiful. So look, we point back to the women. Mother, very important part. What's a mother? Mother is a woman. So it's so beautiful. And since this is a Glow Women, we've got 5 women over here. We are about to close. Amrita, get ready. But let's go around the panel over here who are here. And maybe for a minute or minute and a half, give your conclusion, closing statement, why women needs to be either financially independent, socially independent, or any tips for women to not fight for equality but feel good and feel equal. So let's start with Clara. Or what do you feel?
Oh, all of that, Neil. Honestly, I knew you were going to put me on the spot. I think it's all been brilliant what has been said here, and the different facets that are coming together, and this call to unity, unity within your power as a woman, unity within your power as a man, unity within your powers, however you identify, whichever gender. This Sandy's meditation enabled a unification of different aspects of self in the white light. That's how I felt, you know. And I think that when you can find that sense of deep support from the earth and nurture of your heart and connections to the heavenly light, you find this balance within that gives you a deep sort of humble power. You know, it's like when you can be confident within yourself. You can, like you say, earn your own money, be within this powerful place, but not power over anyone else, power within that then exudes out into the energy field. And as you all know, that saying, walking your talk, or as you know, sort of beaming our chi, is something that I would say it helps other people to kind of maybe recognize that energy within themselves and step into the self-empowerment within of finding a balance. And I'm just going to say one thing about balance. We're about to head into the equinox. We're in the equinox window here, and it's next Sunday, 22nd. And that balance has always helped me to heal, coming into that balance of being a human having a spiritual being having a human experience, situated between heaven and earth, and the center point of balance being in my heart, and to just bring in that beautiful figure of 8 movement to help encourage the harmonization of the energies into calm, peace, truth, honesty, unity is really helpful for me. So I hope that is something that may inspire you. Thank you so much, and global namaste to you all.
Thank you, Clara. So those who are listening to Clara, she's saying, stop struggling and finding power over people and other people. Power within is much better, and that will bring peace, love, calmness, unity, liberty. So Clara, very good point. Stay around, and we're about to close. Let's go to Damayanti. Damayanti, we'll touch your subjects maybe in next women episode or something. Meanwhile, as your concluding statement, how do you feel yourself to be powerful or equal or not struggling to fight with men? What are your tips? Over to you, Damayanti.
Having experienced so much throughout the life, I'm not struggling or fighting men as a person. I work with men and women together, and I sort of say to women mainly, because I attract more women in my life, talking, listening, and being a counselor as well. And I sort of say to them, please, please, please look after me, and myself, and only then you can look after your family, your friends, and other people. And so that's always been my 3 words when I say I, me, and myself first, and then you can do whatever else you need to do. So yeah, that's how I would like to conclude that is what I've done. I've looked after myself first before I could go out and do anything else for anyone else out there.
Thank you. So Damayanti has said it very simply. If you want to help others, help yourself first. Because if you are healthy, if you are happy, if you are peaceful, if you love yourself, then you will be able to spread that aura in your environment, your community, and your society. And Damayanti, how do you feel when you come to Healing Our Earth? Do you feel healed, and do you feel happy about it?
Of course, yes. meditation and positive thinking and stress-free living and all that really makes me feel happy. And so that happiness is created within me to pass it on to other people. So I seem to attract, people who always going through bad patches, and which I don't mind, because with my experience and expertise I have, I do help them. I listen to them first, obviously, and then just, like advise them, and that it's up to them to do, whatever. But yeah.
Thank you, Damayanti. Let's go to Lata. Lata, what are your points? How do you keep calm? Do you struggle fighting with men? Do you have to fight with men? Or do you take it easy and you just enjoy mix and merge? Over to you, Lata, over the next minute.
Thank you. Healing our earth. Thank you, Damayanti. That was wonderful. Thank you for coming and giving us your journey, your experiences. And can I say thank you to Dr. Agarwal? Is it Dr. Agarwal? Yeah. I mean, it's been amazing what you say, and what contribution you bring in is just spot on, and really resonate with in many, many aspects. The deep analyzation and observation, and yeah, I think it's just magic. So with me, I suppose, thank you, Clara, and thank you, who is it?
It's Sandy.
Sandy, yeah, I loved your meditation. Thank you, Clara, for bringing her, because it was so soothing. I love the bit about the heart, solar plexus, and the kissing the cells. Do you know how many cells we have?
A lot.
40 trillion. A normal human being has 40 trillion, so that's a lot of healing and nurturing, because I think we women need a lot of love and kissing and all that sort of healing us. So yeah, I think it's sad, but the reality is the reality. There are many fights we have to do on a daily basis, sometimes with our children, sometimes with our family, sometimes with our doctor, sometimes with the supermarket assistant. Yeah, it goes everywhere, But I think it's becoming far fewer, and learning how to be more tactful in turning it around from negative to positive, and that becomes very empowering. And I think being on Healing Our Earth has enabled me to be more calmer in life, and understand myself. So giving myself a lot of self-love and self-care, self-fun, and then of course, it's all self-healing. So then you go out and you remit these energies, raise the vibrations on this earth, and work with the universe, the divine. It's just all amazing, and it's very pleasurable.
Thank you, Lata. So healing our earth is healing her as well. Amrita, let's now close. Let us all find a peaceful moment within ourselves. Maybe the universal mantra you can just chant. We close. Amrita, thank you very much. You are always there from the start of the episode till the end. Dr. Anupul, you have recently been part of Healing Our Earth. You've been there all the time. You bring in so many different alternative views with your experience and wisdom. So it's so wonderful. Clara, Sandy, Lata, Nita, Anjali, Nishit, Damayanti, and for those who are connected to us in our social media and sending comments, we love you all. So it's beautiful. And at Healing Our Earth, remember, it's very simple. It is a keyless, it is a doorless, It's a windowless society. So time to say goodbye to all of you and good night. Yes, Uncle, you can unmute and have a quick comment. So we close, please. Over to you, Uncle.
There were two small things I wanted to talk about. Didn't want to talk, just want to raise an issue. And that's about the use of surrogate mothering, which is a part of my medical legal work as well. Surrogate mothering, what is the importance of it and how it comes in conflict with various issues. And number two is what do you call low fertility rate in the women nowadays. It is a cause of lots of issues which is happening in the Western world, and why it is happening. The concept of transactional living, wherein my relationship is with you only when there's a transaction. If that transaction does not happen right, it breaks up. I have many patients who have got just back pain, and once that back pain comes in, sometimes they break up. And I've got many of my patients who were broken up in their marriage just because they've got back pain. So that's very sad. But this transactional element is something that's to be thought through as one of the factors which is not so prevalent in India, by the way. So it's something that's worth looking into because, again, as I said, when it comes to various yoga, when it comes to the yogic chakras, you'll find the importance that when you start going through it. Anyway,
Amrita, there are a couple of valid points. It comes back to what Damayanti said. Those who were identified as cancer, then they had to have a break within the marriage. And also earlier, Gayatri also said that people are divorcing faster because of social media. There are lots of affairs going on, and you're connecting back to your childhood lovers, your school lovers, your college lovers, your university lovers. And yes, society has changed in 25 years. Let's bring on more exciting subjects for the women to enhance the women. Over to you, Amrita. Thank you, and let's close now.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. In fact, thank you, Dr. Anupul. This is really vibrant, and especially all these issues that you have raised, in fact, in relation to surrogate mother, as well as the kind of solitude people just land into because of some mini issues. I think we will be putting it up in one of the very episodes of GLOWomen exclusively for all this. And Damayanti ji, it is really a very honor to meet you as well and to know you too. We will be bringing up very shortly this topic as a hot topic to discuss on healing our earth in relation to that. So thank you so much. And I love your meditation, Sandy. It's so nice. The concept of roses in relation to chakras and the healing and the connections of that. And yes, even Sarit's book talks a lot about how the water is connected to cohesiveness and how it is related to love, compassion, and gratitude within us. So the learning of today is immense love, compassion, gratitude within yourself that a woman, a girl, and a lady holds can do wonders in this world. And even if we learn single small thing from our mothers, I think we can become a very beautiful human being for the future and serve people for the real ultimate humanity. That is the goal of life. So with this, I would like to thank special thanks to Gayatri Sambush, who has been an episode producer, as well as Rotarian Lal Goyal, and then our eminent guests, especially Clara, Sandy, Sarit, Dr. Anupul, who have been a big support from the beginning till end, and also Damayanti ji, Lata ji, Rita ji, and Dr. Anjali especially. And of course, last but not the least, Neil Kumar and our loving technical director, Nishit Kotik. So thank you so much. I would like to wind up with the small mantra. Om Purnamidam Purnamidaha Purnam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnam Avashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.